Well, a very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second Flight Deck Sim live stream of today. Again, it's still the 6th of June, 2025, 3 minutes past 10 in the evening here in the United Kingdom. Now it's Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 in the PMDG 777-200ER for our next overnight long-haul flight. I say next one, it's only the second one we've ever done. We took the A350 about 2 or 3 months ago. Actually, I think it's about 3 months ago now. And I'm on standby today. My standby actually finishes in 25 minutes. I'm pretty much guaranteed not to get called, and I've jinxed it now. But this time tomorrow I'll be in the sim anyway, doing a late night check. So my body clock is all adept, ready for this. The idea is, if you missed the first one, is that we take off. I leave the autopilot on overnight, and you guys can watch some nice panoramic views. I'll come back in the morning to land. And here we are in beautiful sunny California. It's just past 3 o'clock here in the afternoon. 10-hour, 20-minute flight to London Heathrow. We'll be flying the entire thing live time, live weather, no time compression, and hopefully we'll be down within the 12-hour YouTube stream limit, so it gets saved as a VOD. This is the beautiful Flightbeam Studios San Francisco scenery, and credit where credit is due to Microsoft devs as well. Look at the quality of the scenery, not only at the airport but of the surrounding area. It looks absolutely amazing. I was just looking around before the start of the stream. All these buildings in 3D and no blurriness at all. It looks absolutely spectacular. And yes, unfortunately, there's no Alpaca Airways 777 livery yet, so we're flying with British Airways. We're going to be Speedbird 772, but there is an Alpaca Airways joining us. I believe that's our good friend Simbear, one of the members on the channel as well. But yeah, it's aircraft's completely cold and dark. We'll do a full setup. We're going to take a full load of passengers, 50 tons of freight, right up to the maximum zero fuel weight. I don't know what the maximum range of the 777 is, but it can't be too far off what we're doing today. But there we are. There's Simbear in the 787. Excellent choice of aircraft, sir, the Boeing. But here we are in another Boeing, the 777-200ER. Now, I was having a look on Flight Radar. British Airways serve this airport, I think, daily. They're using an A380 at the moment. They've occasionally used a 777-300. They don't use a 200, so we'll be using that today. Oh, just seen it. It is an A350. Okay, Simba outside the A350. Imagine. I know, that is your favourite aircraft. I guess I don't have the model matching for it. It's put you in a 787. I'll just have to imagine. But there we are. The British Airways livery, very timeless. I'm Nigel, and my co-pilot's Jim Nigel, and so is the rest crew as well. But yes, it's going to be fun here. I've also parked roughly where British Airways park here in Terminal 1 in San Francisco too as well. Simba, how dare you insult my beautiful plane? I'm very sorry. Rosie M, hope you're doing well. I'm glad to always see you again. Feels like it's been ages. You were only in my live stream 4 hours ago. I had good fun in that Flight Factor 767, but yeah, I thought it was a bit of a last minute plan to do an overnight stream, which I decided to do this afternoon as well. Grant frequently used to take this route, A380 before that, the 747. Very cool. I flew into San Francisco when I was living in Arizona. I went here with some of my buddies when I was doing my flight training. We flew with now the defunct, I think it's US Airways. At the time we took a 320, I remember. Hello, Kat, hope you're doing well. All the cabin crew are called Nigel too, even the girls. Brilliant. Sasha, hope you're doing well. Well, every time I hear this song, all I can see in my brain is you air guitaring it around the room. What a vision. You must have. Yeah, sorry, I don't know what happened to the timer. It gave some weird code issue or something when I was trying to start the timer with the music and the intro there. I'll look into that, so it's not like that next stream. Anyway, better do some work, I suppose. We've got a long shift ahead of us. Well, I'll be sleeping most of it, but here we are, the latest PMDG 777-200. I can't believe we're doing this in Microsoft Flight Sim 2024, but there's been some massive improvements in this sim. Nigella. Yes, that's what we'll have to call our female crew. Nigel and Nigella, brilliant. Who are you a pilot for, and what aircraft, Josh? In real life or right now? Right now I'm a 777 captain for British Airways, but in real life, unbelievable. I am a 737 captain for an undisclosed airline based in Europe. Brilliant. Kevin, how long is this flight? 10 hours and 20 minutes. So yes, we best get the show on the road here. So, completely cold and dark, battery on. External powers connected to the aircraft as well. I'll just make sure Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 sounds are turned up. There they are. So we've got some electrical power connected to the aircraft. It's just doing its pre-flight checks. I've not done a test sector, but I have tested that the scenery is all installed correctly. And I don't have the Ini Builds Heathrow scenery for 2024, so I'm just using the stock Heathrow scenery. It looks pretty good, to be fair, in 2024. Perseus says, greetings, I wonder who will wake up earlier, me or you. So I will set an alarm, and my plan is to start this 7-hour timer at midnight, come back at 7 o'clock in the morning, so 7 hours sleep. We'll probably do a feed with our daughter in the middle of the night as well at some point as well. Grant says, very good gate bars at San Francisco, almost missed a flight a couple of times. That's good to know. Anyway, let's do a bit of a panel scan up here. So we've got the in-flight entertainment passenger cam utility on as well. All this is already on. I know what I forgot to do is have a look at the little 777 checklist, because you've got to configure the hydraulics at the correct sequence here. So primary left and right engine hydraulic pumps can go on. Where's the primary? They're the demand. I think they're already on. There we go. Primary C1 and C2 electric hydraulic pumps stay off at this stage, as do the demand hydraulic pumps. So we'll leave it pretty much configured as it is. I think we can turn... Oh no, electric hydraulic pumps still stay off. Seatbelt sign's still off because we've not refueled yet. Fuel pumps, I think we're going to have all the pumps on. Oh no, crossfeed. Centre tank pumps on. Oh no, what have I done here? I've broken it already. Was that meant to be open? The aft crossfeed pump? Not sure. Having started a year as a member, thanks buddy, a full year as a member. It was and surely will continue to be amazing. Here's to many more years full of helping you with the landing gear. Brilliant having still. Thank you very much, and for being such an active member now in the Discord server too. Cheers buddy. That's all configured and set. Before... What's up to my screens? They're taking a while to power up, I think. Do I have to turn them up in the PMDG? I can't remember what happens. I'm going to go to FMC, turn up my brightness, go to Kilo Sierra Foxtrot Oscar, which is our current position. Looks like the monitors have just powered up. Yes, there they go. Route request then. So this is fully... Oh, hold on. I think I need to activate my flight plan here. No, I don't. How do I... Route request, PMDG 777-3, there we are. So it's San Francisco to Heathrow, select. So huge, long routing. I'm glad I don't have to type it in manually. Pumps go on after hydraulics. Oops. Thanks. I'll do that later. Perf init link. Load. Isn't there a way of getting all the fuel and payload information up on this as well? Percent forecast uplink ready. Wind uplink ready. Uplink loading. I think it's all done. Is it under PMDG or something? Index. Oh my god, what have I done? Index. Can't remember. Route. Activate. Execute. Route's already in. But you can get the fuel and payload loaded in, can't you? Via the tablet. Because I've only got 9 tons of fuel. Don't forget to align the ADIRU. Oh yes, there's only one button for that, isn't there? I didn't do a very good job on this panel scan. That's done. Now what do I do? I've flown the PMDG 777 several times already, and I thought it came up on the route page, your ability to post in your sim brief payload and fuel. Perf init data accept. No, that's not what I want. Payload in... Ah, it's in tablet. I thought it was in the FMS. Okay. Weight and balance. Ah, import weight and balance from SimBrief. Done. There we are. 80.3 tons. Thank you. So that they... Oh, have they changed that? Was that an update? I must have missed that update. Right, I need to put my GPS position in here. I completely missed that, guys. Thanks. Thank you so much. So that's all done. Fuel. Just make sure this matches the operational flight plan. We better start GSX up as well. Hold on. So flight plan. Oh, we've got people dinging me on VATSIM. Oh my goodness me. I've got a massive long message about someone. I can't read that, buddy, during a stream. He's talking about saying I've been banned from your channel. Oh dear. I have no idea, Matt. I haven't got time to do that. Drop me an email. I'll see what happened. Used to be in the FMS within the route manager for the 777. I think that's what I'm getting confused with. Right, flights. View SimBrief OFP. So we just want to make sure, yeah, we've got 8260 is the minimum fuel. So you can see at 80.3. And I didn't take any extra fuel. There are thunderstorms forecast in London Heathrow after midday. We should be there before then, which is a bit of rain on our arrival. And zero fuel weight, fully loaded, 186.4. You can see here, 185.4 0.9, slightly less than planned, but I'll imagine that some bags got lost. Very good. Perfect. So that's all in. Just need to update this perfect hit request because that has now changed. I'll start GSX whilst that's doing its thing. Request boarding.
Boarding requested.
Let's have Delta. Let's have Swissport. Everyone knows who Swissport is. There we are. Look at the air bridge coming across. I've got a full GSX profile for this airport as well installed. Should have probably done that sooner. It's going to take ages to get all the passengers on board. Perfect. Init uplink. Okay, accept. Alright, flight level 330 is our cruise. Cost index is in 85 apparently today. No, cost index is 0 on the operational flight plan. I needed to drag it in. I thought it was going to be too early. Right, we'll finish setting this up. So there's no ATC. Oh no, there's ground here actually, and an ATIS. Let's grab the weather then. 118850. Let's get that tug attached now. Oh my god, what's going on down there? Is that GSX doing stuff? Jim's doing some work! I'm not doing this! Oh my goodness me! What's going on? I don't know who's typing this! It's not me! Jim?
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Yeah, that's GSX. Don't touch it. Roger? Just to prove you look. I'm not typing anything. Here's my hands. Crikey. Alright, thanks GSX for all your assistance. I'm going to tune the ATIS now. 11885.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Alright, let's listen into the ATIS.
San Francisco Airport.
Oh no, Microsoft, I don't want you.
One left. One
I've disabled all this stuff, it's so annoying. It keeps resetting the settings.
Advise on initial contact. You have information, Yankee.
21.12. Altimeter
San Francisco International Airport ATIS information, Yankee.
Brilliant. Is there a way of turning that off?
West 300 at 13.
Oh,
Visibility 10.
sensory overload. How do I turn off Microsoft Flight Simulator's ATC? It's so pants. I thought I turned all that off. If anyone could greatly point me in the right direction, that would be appreciated. I'll contact ground. Oh, interesting. Ground's on 1-to-1.8. We'll get some sort of clearance here, and then we'll continue with the setup. Just want to see what runway we're departing. Should be runway 0. One left or one right? You're not flying with the default ATC, are you? I flipping hope not. No, I tuned the ATIS on VATSIM, and it's also tuned default ATIS. Put voices off from sound settings.
Just double check you. What's
Just going to turn VATSIM down there for a second. Right, settings, general, sound, and who do I want to mute? Character voice to 0. Put voices off. Character voices. That one. We've just got to make sure we turn that back on again for missions in our career mode, which we'll probably not do again. That's one way of working out to make sure that's working correctly. Oh no, that wasn't the ATIS. Oh! I got booted off VATSIM. I think it's because I went into the menu.
altimeter 29902. Simultaneous quiet bridge visual runway 28 right and ILS or RNAV runway 28.
Oh, but still
left
I don't need this.
Landing runway 28 left. 28er. Departing runway 1
yeah, Daniel, I
left.
know about getting it text,
Wonder.
but you guys need to listen to it as well.
To air mission
Anyway.
taxiway Juliet closed. Advise on initial contact. You have information, Yankee.
It's even like the wrong runways completely. It's the wrong landing by 19 left,
San
1
Francisco International
So
Airport
wait.
ATIS information, Yankee.
Settings, accessibility,
2056 Zulu. West 300 at 13.
Accessibility.
Visibility 10. few clouds at 1,200. Temperature 21.
Thank you.
2.12.
And it's just booted me off FATSIM again. It's every time I go into the menu. Anyway, there we are. I think...
RNAV runway 28 left in use. Landing runway 28 left. 28er. Departing runway 1 left. 1er. Notices to air mission taxiway Juliet closed. Advise on initial
just one left or one right for
you
departure.
have information Yankee.
Basically, we got the gist of the weather. I'm just going to
San
tune
Francisco International.
ground here. So yeah, look, it's a really nice afternoon here. Departing one left and one right. Surface wind 300 at 13. So a little bit of a crossing from the left. 21 degrees. Altimeter's 29902, which I'll set now. Okay, perfect. Right.
Virgin 937, San Francisco ground, looking to get clearance over to Heathrow.
Someone's going over to Heathrow in Virgin as well. Excellent. Right, we pretty much did all our panel scan here. Flight director's on. We'll get our clearance momentarily. Runway QDM for runway 01. Left and right's going to be 014. How's the boarding going? 37 of 294. We're going to be late. Can I actually see the passengers? Oh yes, you can see the passengers. Of course, it's GSX. You can see their paws through the gate. At least they're walking down the bridge. You can see them in the terminal. No, I can't. Traffic rigs. Oh, sorry, Sashi. Yes, there you go. Referencing the Discord chat the other day. Right, automatic RTO. I need my clearance to do the rest here. Checklist to do later. Once we've got the clearance, we put the SID star in, and the radio tuning panel's all set here.
San Francisco ground, Virgin 937. Can I get my clearance in the PDC if possible?
Virgin 937, Roger, and yeah, we'll stand by for that.
Let me just. Oh, there's no way of setting this quickly, is there? There we are. So I'm just going to set the MFRA here, 1,010 feet. Taking ages to set. That's a bit fiddly. There we go, that'll do. Okay, let's grab our clearance. Oh, I can't pan across anymore. What's happened to my mouse? Why can't I pan? Okay, I can press my keypads to look around, but I can't. There we are. Well, welcome back. Right. Right. I think we're all good here. Let me get my clearance. I'll just make sure the score is set. Why is it 1, 2, 3, 4? Default. There we are. I should be on standby. Perfect. San Francisco ground. Hello. Speedbird 772. Stand 10 Alpha. A couple of ladies information. Altimeter 29992. Departure clearance to Heathrow, please. Is my push to talk not set up?
Speedbird 772, heavy Roger, clearance available, advise to copy.
Ready to copy, Speedbird 772.
The 772, heavy cleared London Heathrow, truck N2 departure, Orca transition that is filed. Climb via the SID, departure offline, squawk 3004.
We're cleared to London Heathrow on the truck N2 Orca transition, then as filed, and no one online after departure, and squawk 3004, Speedbird 772.
772, heavy reback, Craig. Confirm you can accept one right, or do you need the 2.8s?
One right should be fine, Speedbird 772, thank you.
You're welcome, expect one right.
Perfect. 3004. I think we'll do the performance, obviously. Right, 3004, departing off runway 1 right. It's a truck N2 with an Orca transition, which I'll now select in the FMC. Okay. So 1 right, a truck N2, Orca transition, execute, and then departure arrivals. I'll select just for now ILS 27 left via the Bovingdon VOR, and then it will be a Nugra 1 hotel tomorrow morning, just so we got something in the FMC. Right, 10 pages of routing with no discontinuities. Great. Perth then, we've already filled this all in, it's all up to date. Let's look at the performance calculator then. So, performance tool, takeoff, runway 1 right, optimum flap, optimum rating, import the latest weather, import the latest weight. So our takeoff weight 266.6 tons, very heavy 777, and we'll calculate. So this is saying full takeoff 32 degrees, EPR 1.528. So we'll select that now. So TO 32, TO 32. Takeoff.
59 Lima Heavy. Looks like you might miss your turn there. Make
It's
the
then
first
going to be
right,
flaps.
Yeah,
Flap
first
5.
right turn here. Apologies for the double taxing.
CG
Yeah, no problem. Finally,
is in 5.5 units.
And cross runway 1 left, 1 right.
Now,
And on the other side,
trim.
Lima.
Hydraulics required, aren't they? So you've got to remind me, guys, before I taxi to set the trim.
Hotel 1 left,
God,
1
look at
right.
these V
to
speeds.
Lima.
Wow, 166. I have to say, I'm getting really good performance in the PMDG here. Really smooth. Superb. Right. FMC's loaded. MCP is set. The Truckin 2, what does that have a stop altitude as? Top altitude fly level 190. We'll set that here. Great. Okay, let's now do some sort of pre-flight briefings as well. How's the boarding getting on, GSX? Are we nearly there? 177, not far off, about another 120 odd to go. You can see them all on the way. And there's the Virgin Atlantic. Is that 330? Superb. Oh, I can hear the welcome on board as well.
Pushback.
Right then.
937 head, Roger. And pushback your discretion. Advise when you're
So
ready for
someone's
taxi,
the
approaching
configuration for this I can configure now because we're going to be pushing back soon. So before I start checklist regarding this, so it's the R-elect demand hydraulic pump on auto. Got to always forget the sequence for this. Primary C1 and C2 electric hydraulic pumps on
runway 01 right. Yeah, 1155 red. Runway 1 right.
left
taxi
elect demand
Alpha
hydraulic
1.
pump auto, and then the C1 and C2 to auto.
Alpha 1.
I think I've done that in the correct sequence. And now, hopefully, I'll be able to set the trim. What was it? I can't remember what it was now. 4.1. Yeah, I can set the trim now. Where was the trim? On the perf page. I've flown too many Boeings today. Fly the 737, I've flown the 767 and 777 virtually. And I've got baby brain. Where was the trim unit? I can't remember. Was it on the perf? Right in front of me, 5.5. Oh dear. Now the fuel pumps. Roger. Trim set. And fuel pumps coming on.
KLM
Along with the window
426, San Francisco around you.
Alright, perfect. I think we're all configured up here. Let's start the APU. And we'll run through some checklists and briefings. Cheers, Gary. Thanks. We are heavy jets. Heaviest 777 we've ever had anyway on a stream. Okay, I think ground operations, it's pretty... I don't know how good the GSX synchronization is, so we'll sort of utilise GSX and also this as well. Hopefully that APU starting up here. God, the sim is pretty, isn't it? Boeing 757 said I wish I was there to judge your 767 flight, but I was actually flying in real life. Ah, it's quite impressive. Didn't you also comment in the stream, or am I imagining that? If you were, thank you very much for both. That's really cool. Oh, the sim is very pretty. I have to say, you know, complex scenery, complex jet, and I'm getting really good performance, guys. I think this is the advantage of streaming all this data online. Yeah, APU's pretty much started.
What's your
select on the EFIS panel? Airports. Might have VOR on.
Transition that is filed. Climb via the SID. Departures offline and squawk 17.
Okay. So GSX, it's really cool how it synced all that up. That was nice to see. Patrick, hello. I'm right under the flight path for 28 left and 28 right.
You can push at your discretion if I was ready to attack the
That's like 5th San Francisco, I'm not sure, but
taxi.
we'll try and wave to you on departure. Right, I think the APU's up and running now. So, APU gen on, so I think I can disconnect the power.
Yeah, runway 1 right, Alpaca
Oh,
59.
center pump pressure. Have I...
Alpaca 59 Lima, no traffic on the 2.
Why is that pump caught? Is that a 777 thing?
0.5.
I've just disconnected the external power and I've got the right centre pump low pressure light illuminated. But nothing on my ICAS. Alright, perfect. Let's run this interactive checklist then. So oxygen tested 100%. I'm just really waiting for GSX to finish its thing. Alright, that's done. Jim, don't worry about yours. Flight instruments, we've got the heading set and the altimeter. Parking brake all now set. Okay, checklist complete. Next, flight deck door closed. MCP, we've got V2 set. Heading and track 014, V1, VR, V2 set. And on the MCP, V-speeds on the PFD. CD pre-flight we completed. Trim is set. Taxi and takeoff briefing is complete. Next is beacon on. Ready for start. Anthony, hope you're doing well, buddy. I did see your comment there in San Francisco. Hope you're doing well. You had your flight here. Very nice. All the way from Minneapolis, no doubt. There we are. Look, 3 more passengers to go. Perfect. So whilst we're just waiting for that, we're going to taxi for runway 1 right for departure. We're here. Push back, hopefully to face south. Mike 2. And then Alpha, I guess we'll go this way round onto runway 1 right. And then we're cleared on the trucking 2. Which is basically, it's a shame because I wanted to do this departure over the city, but never mind. Climbing on, heading 014. And at 520 feet, make a right turn direct to Tide. 3,000 feet above, then on track 043 to Trucken. From there we fly the transition to Orca. As we said, we climb into flight level 190, and that it should be all set. And I realised you didn't have the charts, but there we are. Tide, Trucken, and then via high P to Orca. I've just had a chamomile tea, so I'll probably fall asleep before the top climb. There we are. Captain Simple, hey buddy, how are you? Baby flight deck sim and mother doing very well, thank you. Thank you very much for asking. Joe's downstairs practicing tray bakes for the wedding. She's making a tray bake. She's getting married in the not too distant future, and beautiful baby girl's currently asleep, but we're downstairs in the kitchen smelling all this lovely food. Amazing. Right, I think, guys, apart from that centre tank pump pressure light and lots of faults, I think we're okay. We're on the APU generator, aren't we? Yeah, these are disconnected. Right. So I'm gonna get GSX to push us back then. Prepare for pushback and departure. Now does Yes. Ah, this is really cool. So GSX really manipulates the PMDG tablet, doesn't it? There's the air bridge retracting. Oh, Captain Simple, you're getting married as well. Around the same time I am.
Double check I'm okay to cross
Perfect.
the bottom of the threshold of runway 0.
Trey Bake, British Airways have started to feel colonised.
So 1 right, is that okay?
That is correct, yeah. Well, that's it. You can continue straight ahead. The first left turn.
80 tons of gas, ladies and gentlemen. As we're in America.
Okay, thank you. Continuing on to.
We'll have to wait for the Virgin to push back anyway.
01
it's all automatic, isn't it? Auto. I feel like I'm lacking electrical power. Seatbelt sign can go on as well. Oh, put my sun visor on. No new sky running because we're flying Speedbird. Wait for that heap of junk to taxi past, and then we'll get on our way. Love the little interactive bridges here. So this scenery here from Flightbeam Studios is superb. There goes the Virgin Atlantic. Oh no. Hello, Mohammed Jabiad. Hope you're doing well.
Cam 1155, no traffic.
And DM says check alert page for load shed message.
0.5. Good day.
Okay, to CTAP on 120.
I think it's all okay. APU's providing power via the buses to the relevant left main, right main. It's just, I don't know why we've got the, this is probably 777 thing.
Deadhead transition that is filed. Flying via the SID. Departures offline, squawk 37.
There goes Virgin Atlantic. Intrep pushback, no. You've never asked me where to push back though. Oh, GSX is doing its thing, no doubt. Was it still...
2410 reback.
Ah, there we are.
Face
Face south towards Mike 2 is going to have to be that one. So I'll press it.
Release parking brakes, please.
Perfect. Adam, we'll all come alive with the engines, I hope. Hopefully.
And Virgin 937 approaching Mike.
Mohammed, someone help him. He seems a little bit
Virgin
confused. Have you never watched my streams? I know exactly what I'm doing every second ever.
Runway 1 right, taxi at Mike 2, Alpha 1.
Oh dear.
Taxi runway 01 right via Mike 2, Alpha 1.
Speedbird 772 on stand Alpha 10, request push start.
Speedbird 777, roger. Pushback at your discretion, advise ready for taxi approaching the Mike 2 taxiway.
Roger, push at discretion and we'll request taxi approaching Mike 2 taxiway, Speedbird 772. America! Right, releasing parking brake. Let's go. Oh, beacon on.
Commencing push.
Perfect. Next checklist is before taxi. We're on our way, ladies and gentlemen, to London Heathrow. Look at that. And we're meant to depart at past. We're 5 minutes late. No, that's not bad. Look at this. Just to say, I'm very impressed with 2024 and how it's matured since
You're welcome. See you later.
release. It seems to be going really smoothly so far. Anyway, let's start engine number 2. Start. Fuel on, because it's a triple. What have we got here? Door entry 3 left. Uh-oh. Not a good start. Door management. Close all. Close all, please. Closing all. Arm, please, cabin crew. There we go, all good. There's my Trent spooling up. Fuel's coming in. That engine's going to be running for a long time. Slightly longer than our Tokyo LA flight this. What's that engine style? I've not even showed you the routing. I always show you the routing. Look at this. Boom. Northeast, Canada, Greenland. And I'll hopefully put you in a really good view. The idea is, when I go for my crew rest, I'm going to sort of put you in this position like this, with the map in there, so you get a good view outside of the sunrise, sunset and sunrise. Right, good start on engine number 2, starting 1. Wow, performance is great in this sim. Oh yeah, I don't need to wait for anything. Oh my god, I'm being pulled forward. Watch out, you're going to get ingested into my tread. No, no, don't do it! Oh gosh, he stopped. Look at the wing walker. That's superb, isn't it? Amazing. Oh look, A330 driver is here. A streamer and I believe an ex-colleague of mine. I hope you're doing well. Says you can start both engines at the same time with the RR and Pratt & Whitney powered 777s. Amazing to know. Listen, you know I only ever fly what you used to fly, the 73. I fly everything like that. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Thank you very much for popping in. Right, parking brakes set.
Virgin 937, heavy traffic short file for the Toys, heavy 777.
It's going to pass the unemployment line. Well, if it carries on.
120.5, good day.
120.5, thank you very much for your service. Have a good
And
day,
it looks
Jill.
like that centre pump low pressure light has extinguished. Great, 2 good starts. Right, generators, APU can come off. Probe, air conditioning. This is all automated, isn't it?
Unlocking gear.
Packs will come on automatically, and this will come off, won't it? I hope. That's all set. Literally have to do nothing in the 777. Flaps to 5. Flight controls forward, back, left, Right, rudders.
Tow truck
Right.
disconnected.
Ah!
Bypass pin removed.
Please set parking brake immediately. I have done.
Left is clear. Right
The
is
rudders
clear.
left. Right. There we are. TCAS off. Oops. Yeah, that should have been on out off. Checks complete. TCAS off. How do I get this on? Left, right, above, standby. Just put it on TARA now. Oh, there we are. Happy days. Did you trim yet? Yeah, Bloodlight, I did set the trim. There's the pin. Good, America. I can taxi forward then to Mike 2 is cleared.
Information Yankee, clearance on request, IFR O'Hare, ready to copy.
Oh, I can't believe how the performance is
Update
amazing.
2105,
45
heavy cleared
FPS.
to Chicago's O'Hare, trucking to departure, Mogi transition that's filed. Climb via the
So
SID,
we can. Oh yeah, hold on.
departures
I was waiting to
offline.
taxi. I don't need to. Just
Amendment
release the
itself
parking
to
brake.
maintain
Do a
3000.
config check? Do you have to do that on the triple?
370. 10 minutes after departure.
I think they need to
and
adjust
squawk
the spool up times,
6325.
PMDG. But we're off. Oh no, I forgot. I've assigned. Yeah, my my wheel brakes are
Okay.
on.
FedEx 21.
On my rudder
05
pedals. I'm
heavy,
going to remember that,
clear to
guys.
file O'Hare, the trucking to departure, multi transition.
Yeah, that's from the Beach 18 stream we did. So my rudder pedals, the differential braking, each brake pedal's on.
50,
Unicom.
40,
And
30.
squawk,
Sibeth, thank you very much for the £10, buddy. Very kind.
2105, heavy
Amazing
read back
scenery.
correct. Expect runway 28 right and advise when you're ready for taxi.
The sceneries
two-way
are
right,
amazing
we'll call
here,
it, thank you.
especially as I overflew the Golden Gate Bridge.
Amazing.
Need to do more US flying.
I know, the US has got some beautiful, beautiful places, and welcome to the US. What a fantastic adventure we're going to have today as well. Nemo Vitus ATC, yes sir, I will, but we're just going to taxi forward to Mike 2 first, and then
Yeah,
when we
calling ground
approach
news,
Mike
no
2
voice
we can
carrier
advise
only.
taxi.
That 370.
So hopefully,
you can continue straight ahead.
yeah, look,
Left turn on
look,
Alpha
I've got
38
each of my
Foxtrot
brakes modelled, that's really cool. I might start doing this a little bit more in streams. I'm just not used to it. I'm just not used to it.
No voice, just the carrier.
Don't forget flaps. My flaps are out. Flaps 5, sir. Thank you, Buscott. Is before taxi checklist done? No. Anti-ice not required. Recall checked. Flight controls I did check. Ground covered is clear. Checklist complete. Flaps 5. Checklist complete. After takeoff next. So where's this Mike 2? There's Mike 1. I think it's here. Oh, he's got a long flight. There we are.
Okay, number 69 Alpha Charlie, Roger. Clearance available, advisory and copy.
Ready to go.
There we are. This is... I can't believe how much performance I'm getting out of 2024. It's superb.
69 Alpha Charlie cleared Lisbon via the truck-in to departure. Orca transition that is filed. Climb via the SID.
Mike 2 is for... Yeah. I can see it on the chart, to be fair, but I can't see the taxiway, Mike 2.
You
can see the turn ahead, so
departure's truck-in 2. That's Tango, Romeo,
if you look where the chart
Uniform,
is, though, it's just sort
Kilo,
of
November.
before that Alpha 15 turning point, which I can see ahead of me, so I'll just hold it here. The sim update 2 has done so much, that's really good.
Okay, now, Charlie, we're back correct. Advise ready. Actually, push at your discretion. Advise when you're ready for taxi.
And San Francisco ground speedbird 777-2 at Mike 2.
772 heavy, ready. Runway 1 right, taxi via Mike 2, Alpha 1.
Mike 2 Alpha 1, speedbird 772. Alright, let's go. 330 driver says something worth trying in 2024 off stream. It's a dynamic setting option where you simply set the target FPS. That usually works pretty well. That's exactly what I'm using. That's exactly what I'm using, and it's set to 30 FPS. But I'm getting it well in excess of that, just for streaming, really. Because I think when it came out, it made the textures really poor. Look at this. I can see the attraction to 2025. I mean, I always love X-Plane, but this is amazing. Right, so we're going Mike 2 Alpha, and then Alpha 1. So it's sort of up here. So we're going like round the back. And there's the Alpha 1 hold point here. There's that Virgin A330 taxiing ahead. With this, we've got Alpaca here, we've got Virgin. Who's that over there? What airline's that? Euro Atlantic. 76, isn't it? This is fantastic. Oh. Maybe, surely I might uninstall 2020. I get this performance. Brilliant. Alright, so we're going to make a right turn, going to go around the back of one left. Go from there. Fighter Rear says graphics are noticeably better than in 2020. You notice it the most from high altitude though. This is great. But I mean, credit. I mean, this isn't a default airport. Don't forget, this is the amazing Flight B Studios scenery for San Francisco, and their scenery is some of the best. Oh, but it's silky smooth. Well, yeah, I'm not on a 7.3 here. I must not overshoot. Right, before takeoff checklist I've done in the triple, but we're sort of going to use LNAV and VNAV for departure. And as I said, we're going to go all the way up to flight level 190. Plan is, guys, I'll stick around until midnight British summer, and then I will head off to bed with my family. I'm doing the first feed of my baby daughter, so if I'm around, I might say hello.
Hold short of runway 1 left.
With my daughter in my hand,
Zulu
feeding her milk.
uniform Charlie and hold short of 1 left. 2105 FedEx.
Alright, so we'll make a left here. So ground won't be able to give us takeoff clearance. It'll just tell us to go over to the advisory frequency. I got the PMDG 777 working in 2025. Really, I'll probably wait for an official update. This aircraft seems very well optimised. I mean, to be fair, the PMDG have always flown very well in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Speedbird 772 approaching Alpha 1, ready for departure.
72, very good, and so no traffic on the 2 files. You can switch to CTAF 120.5. Cheers.
120.5, thanks to the service. Speedbird 772, goodbye.
Goodbye.
120.5. So this is like, I'm just gonna just hold it there. Just go into the CTAF frequency, which is the actual San Francisco Tower frequency, I guess. Don't know. I've tuned it. Anyway, we will now take off. He's already advised that we're clear. So Speedbird 772 cleared takeoff. 1 right. The surface wind here is 310 at 13 knots. So lights on, strobes on, MCP, weather, and transponder's already TAR8. So MCP set, transponder TAR8, strobe lights are on, landing lights on, cleared takeoff, 1 right. Hour 20-minute flight time, guys. So coming up to 4 o'clock here in the afternoon, San Francisco, and we'll be landing at around 8-9 o'clock in the morning UK time. Superb. Right, guys, Toga's in chat. Let's go home to London Heathrow. I was talking about the FPS. It's frozen. Don't do this to me. Oh, come on. Oh, have I just stopped? No, I've stopped. I thought the sim had frozen. What's happened? There we go. I'd only stopped, guys.
British 937 is clear from 1 right, climbing 130.
Okay. Right, we're all good. We're all good. timing. Stabilise, toga, set takeoff thrust. There we are. Much EPR. There we are. Takeoff thrust set indications all. Airspeed's alive. 80 knots. Checked. I can't believe I did that. I forgot about my brakes and my rudder pedals. Okay, we just set up. Hands off. Up we go. Yeah, the handling in this is so much better than 2020. It feels really good. Positive rate of climb, gear up. Beautiful. Wow. No flyby view, unfortunately. Not. Oh, no, make a right turn. I'm not concentrating. FMC message. FMC message. You plonker. Alright, we're accelerating to 230 knots. There's climb and thrust. Okay. Flaps to on. That FMC message. I hope it's all good news. Oh, buzz, buzz, buzz. Look at that view, guys. That's amazing. That's superb. And flaps up. Oh yeah, I should be C-taffing, shouldn't I? Never mind. So 777, is it like the 78? You don't trim per se. It's sort of you just tap the trim once and it automatically trims to your speed. Alrighty. Passing the upspeed, approaching 250 knots. Well, you can tell we're heavy. Look, the upspeed's like 235 knots. Wow. Alright. Let's get the automation in. Autopilot's in. Okay, right over Oakland. There's San Francisco. What an awesome sight, guys. Look at that. That's not the Golden Gate, that's the Golden Gate over there. Just about to see the Golden Gate. I never remember what that bridge is called. But there it is. What a sight. Hello, Foden. Good day, good evening. Last stream I watched you were sending a Concorde across Australia. I hope you're well. Yeah, I remember that stream. God, look at that, guys. Amazing. Too busy enjoying the views. That's the Bay Bridge Yellow Pirate Man. Roger. Is that Alcatraz as well? Is that Alcatraz? I've been there. Right, I better do the after takeoff checklist, haven't I? Landing gear up, flaps up. After takeoff checklist complete. Amazing. What's our ETA at the moment? 8:05 Zulu. That's going to be 11 hours 5 minutes into the stream. Perfect. Alcatraz to be reopened by Trump. Yeah, he's going to probably chuck in Elon Musk. Oh, amazing. You can tell we're heavy. You know, we've got full climb. Climbing about 2,400 feet per minute, 250 knots, which is only 15 knots above the upspeed. NMM missed. I think I missed a stream earlier, and this is the stream number 2. Yeah, 2 streams today. I'm on standby, so smashing out those streams. Look at this. I mean, the graphics are amazing. Honestly, right. We'll just talk about the takeoff as well. Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 has this sort of generic feeling to its handling on takeoff and landing. That rotation felt, do I dare say it, X-plane-y. I don't know. You know, I don't think it's going to be ever as good as Blade Element Theory, but it felt really nice. Unfortunately, we do still have this yawing, which I can see occasionally. Look, you can see the aircraft yawing still, and I'm making no input on the rudder. This is a problem in the sim at the moment, which I've been having in every single aircraft. Yellow Pyramid says that your 1 o'clock is Mount Diablo, the biggest mountain hill in the flatlands of California. Is that off there? I love all this. I love having locals here in chat who can tell me exactly where we're flying. It's so cool. I'll have a phone. No, I'm not staying up all night. I'll be going to bed in about an hour and 5 minutes. At midnight UK time, I'll be going to bed. I've got my 7-hour timer ready. So when we get to top of climb, this will come up. I'll clear the little random cookie message. But yeah, back for crew rest at 7 hours. We'll start it at exactly midnight, like I did last stream. Aaron says real turb fixes that yawing issue for the most part. Okay, interesting. While passing 10,000 feet for flight level 190 pre-cruise checks, we can now do fuel. All the pumps are on. Lights. Logo's off. APU is off. We can go to auto. Pressurization, I mean, it's a triple. Don't think you really need to check it, do you? It's so sophisticated. But where is the pressurization page? Is it under air? There we are. Duct pressure's fine. Cabin altitude is 1800 feet, 200 feet per minute. Recall. Check's complete. Geeky Ready, thank you very much. 9 months as a member. I'll just turn down the simulator here as well as we get en route. Wait, and what a nice day for what a nice day, 2 streams in a day. Thank you so much, really appreciate it. And I mean, guys, I know this is a bit of a different concept. It's something a bit different. And when I'm on late, my body clock is very much attuned to this time. So tomorrow I won't get out the sim until it's 10:30 debrief. I won't, I'll only have just got out the simulator tomorrow, so my body clock is perfect for this. So yeah, very, very nice. Go for it, please. No background music when you're asleep. I think I put some little bit of my playlist on, but very quietly. Classy Traveller, welcome on board. My first live stream ever. Thank you very much for coming in. JB Fly, the wind arrow on the ND is in sync with the yawing, so it's too sensitive to wind changes. Yeah, it's not the wind changes, but it's really, this is one of my, look, you can just see it. And just to show you, look, I'm not playing it. It's not me doing any of this. Look, it's just this yaw. You get in every aircraft in Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 at the moment. We had it in the Beach 18 last stream. Bad on final approach. I remember the approaches we flew there. So you just won't. You don't get this instability around the normal axis. Anyway, best carry on climbing to our cruise level. Initial cruise is 330. Step to 350 is 600 miles. Oh, you know what? I'll probably step up to 35 just before I go to bed. But right now, optimum 33. So there's no ATC at the moment, so we'll go straight up there. Oh, look at the yawing now. Look at that. You can see the trend vector. Look at that. And you guys are having the same issue. It's nothing wrong with my setup, is it? You can look at the trend vector go. It's like a dog's tail. It's like I told Jack we're going for a walk. That shouldn't be doing any of that. It may be your rudder pedal. No, it's not my rudder pedal twitching at all. My rudder pedal's completely still. This is an issue in Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. Nothing to do with the yaw damper being on. It's annoying. Let's have a look at the rudder. The rudder is completely still. Look, it's just Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 doing its thing. The rudder's not even moving. Is this a turbulence setting then, or something in my settings I need to change? Just this measure, you've got a setting issue somewhere. So should I turn off the turbulence effect in the menu? Is that what you guys recommend? Right, I'll do that then. I don't want it to screw up my flight going into the menu though. Does it carry on flying if I go to the menu? No, it pauses it, doesn't it? Settings. Actually, guys, tell me where to go first. I don't even know where I'm looking. Is it under assistances? Medium or put it to... Is this the turbulence? Yes. Turn the turbulence to low. Where's that under? Flight model? Medium or low, does it? Okay, seems to be a known issue. I guess I'm on... It's there to assistance. Ah! Medium. That's done it. Oh! I spoke too soon. No, it hasn't. That's done nothing! Or did I not save it? Oh. I don't think I saved it, did I? Pilot assistance. Where was it under? I can't remember where it was under. I wasn't looking. No, it is medium. Low? Smooth as silk, ladies and gentlemen. That's better. Right. Great. Low is what you want. So the realistic turbulence is completely unrealistic. Thank you very much for the heads up there. Low's the way to go. There we are. That's what it would be like flying in this air right now. Great. See, why has no one told me this? Well, to be fair, I have not flown much commercial jet airline traffic. Steven, so it's either low or cumulonimbus. Yeah. Might as well rename it. Well, that's added into my... Well, thankfully we sort of paused the sim, but no biggie. We can't delay the stream too much longer because I've only got a 12-hour stream window. Yeah, turbulence. Well, it's like flying in a hurricane, that was. Yellow at your 11:30 is the capital of California. Down here, what's the capital of California, sir? As we approach Orca, that is Sacramento. We've not streamed into Sacramento, have we? There's Sacramento Executive. There's Sacramento Mather. And the Sacramento International's here. Oh, America, they love airports. Oh yeah, did I reconnect to VATSIM? Thank you very much, I haven't. I'm reconnecting now. Cheers guys. So that's eaten into my ETA slightly. ETA is now 8:06 Zulu. 9 o'clock in the morning, so I'll come back about 7:30. Perfect. A3 driver says, regarding your step climbs, many 777 operators insert those based on the OFP rather than OPT function. The optimum step is calculated based on FMC optimum rather than recommend. Roger. I think I'll just stay at 3.3, then step up to 3.50, then I'll go to bed. Crazy sarcasm, better bump that cost index up to 1 to recover the time, yeah. Kimmy Demon said, Big Jet TV stream was hilarious this evening, I missed that. Was he simming again? Josh, yeah, we should be fine. Flight time 10 hours, 20 minutes, and we're 1 hour into the stream, so that's 11 hours, 20 minutes. You know, so we should be well within it, unless we have significant delays in Heathrow. NMM, I disconnect from VATSIM when I go to bed. Oh, 1850, that's driving. That's cheating. No, we don't do any cheating. We don't do any time compression. We don't do any automatic step climbs. I've flight planned for the whole way at 3.3, so even if I step climb, we should save time and fuel. There it is, 3.3 the whole way. Ali, the flight should be 9 hours 35 minutes according to SimBrief. What are you taking, sir? A faster plane? What does mine come up as? 10 hours 22, but that's a cost index of 0 because we're trying to save fuel here at British Airways. 3:30 drive, so you're flying without cruise relief pilot. Jim is my cruise relief pilot. Everyone knows who Jim is. Yeah, you need to watch more of my streams, buddy. Great sarcasm, flight and simmers, alarm clocks will wake him up every couple of hours and step climbs now anyway, yes. I mean, that's dedication if I get up every 2 hours. To be fair, my daughter will need feeding. She's going longer at night. She's 2 months old now. So she's going longer at night. So she's got to do 5 or 6 hours. So Joe's did a feed at 10. And she'll be going to bed shortly because she said she's doing a tray bake for our wedding, practicing. So she'll probably be due a feed about 3-4 o'clock. So if you're around, if everyone happens to be around 3 or 4 o'clock, I will do a step climb then with my daughter on my lap feeding her milk. But I won't, as much as I'd love to in this day and age, I don't wish to share a picture of her online. Thanks for understanding. Josh, can you see the cabin? Sure. Cool, we're heavy, look. 15 minutes airborne, hauling past 28,000 feet. Great performance. So this is the Speedbird cabin. Ooh, British Airways. They're stuck on the Welcome to World Traveller screen. To fly to serve. There we are. Is there any sound packs for this? The sounds are good, but I think there's better ones out there. I wonder if FT Sim sound pack has been made one here. Like the PMDG 777 sounds okay, but the Boris sound pack is superb. There we are, into premium economy. 3:30, wish I had the time to watch more of your streams. Used to be a very frequent watcher back in the day when I started my type rating. Learned a lot from you back then. Thank you again. You're most welcome. You're most welcome. I mean, I am subscribed to your channel. I don't know how you have the time to do everything. Well, I mean, I know I've just had a baby and whatnot. I still try to squeeze 2 streams out a day. Oh, I haven't got that time. As much as I love doing this for you guys. I can't dedicate my life to it. Fantastic, isn't it? Yeah, nice cabin. And the performance in the PMDG 777 Microsoft Flight Sim 2024, that's amazing. We need a Boris 777. Oh, FT Sim does have a sound pack for this, okay. It's a little bit better, but not outstanding. Okay, PMDG are working on updating the sounds. Very good. So what's next, geographically? We're going right over Reno. Is that where the Reno Air Race is? Ooh. And then it's very sparsely populated over here. Is that Salt Lake City? Yeah, north of Salt Lake City. And then I'll probably be going to bed around here. You'll be crossing over Ontario. The plan is, guys, what do you think about this? For those of you who wish to sort of tune in when I'm not here, you must have very little time on your hands if you're doing that. But if I do electronic flight bag, that view here, look, so you can sort of get the map. I'll put it on the day view, and I think what I'll do is something like that, and then you can sort of see the map and the panoramic view, something like that. That's what I'll do in my break. How does that look? Andy, will you be flying over Goodyear? Good one. Opposite direction. It's all the way to Reno, sung by REM. No way. We're playing REM songs on our playlists for our wedding. It's not the sad one, it's Shiny Happy People. It's one of my favourites. Cody says we should do a 330 driver collaboration. Now, 330 driver did actually drop me an email a couple of years ago, but my life is at a point now where I just find it very difficult to sit down and plan. anything, and that's why I don't have any stream schedule. I just sort of stream where I can and wherever I can, virtually, and when I can. But you never know. Pseudocoder said I thought Reno Air Races were done completely. Too much cost of all the risk mitigation. Not enough money coming. Not sure. But there was some horrific crashes in the last few years, wasn't there? Plainly, hope you're doing well. Missed the start of the stream. Did you pick one of the offered Simbury flight plans, and how did you choose, or did you build your own? This was one of the pre-generated Simbury flight plans. It wasn't the top one. I had a look at them and sort of analysed flight radar to see sort of similar routes. This is the one that was sort of closest. Nathan, how are you managing balancing the minimum rest requirements for family needs? Are you limiting the number of flight duties you do and focusing more on simulator sessions? It doesn't work like that, Nathan, unfortunately. So my responsibility, as it is for every pilot's responsibility, is to ensure when you're off duty you get sufficient rest to make sure you're well rested. Now, being on standby here, you know, I'm on late duty standbys here, so I wouldn't do a stream first thing in the morning. And if I was on early standby tomorrow, I wouldn't be streaming now. So I sort of, stream-wise, if I'm doing things on the channel, always based it off my sort of rest requirements. So if I'm sort of going to be on a late and they call me, I would have been awake anyway. But on duty, like I am this week, yeah, you just manage it accordingly. Now, Joe will take the baby in the spare bedroom when I'm on earlies, so I can get a good night's rest. On lates, she'll stop with me, as will baby as well, because I could obviously on lates I sometimes have a nap. Sound like a Spaniard here, but I cannot stress how important or how great naps are. Sort of, even if you get 30, sometimes if I'm on late and I'm doing a late flight, get up at 9 in the morning, you know, do what I need to do, and leave at sort of 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I'll usually have a nap 2 hours before I leave for work for 30 minutes. Honestly, for me personally, everyone's different. It's great. Really helps. Really helps. There we are. Flight level 330. Got there 21 minutes into the flight. Approaching Reno, 40 miles ahead. Smooth sailing. The rest of the sector, hopefully. Coming into London at 8:07 Zulu. We'll be just serving now. What is it? It'll be afternoon tea, I guess, right now, or maybe dinner service. Oh, amazing. Well, guys, if you are enjoying the stream, don't forget to like and subscribe, like Chief Bunhead just did. Welcome to the channel, buddy. Great YouTube handle. And yeah, we'll stick around for the next 50 minutes or so, and then we'll get some Z's. Beautiful views. Matthew, a long haul pilot will be in his bunk by 10,050 feet. I know, I'm hanging in there. Superb. Tommy, I think I started today. 2024, flights in 2024. Hello, Bartek H. Nice to see you here in chat. It's been indeed a long time. I do remember your name. Beautiful. So now we're coming up to Reno. Oh, there's traffic ahead. Is that traffic going where we're going as well? Not so sure. Oh, itch it and scratch it. 5 gifted members coming in. Thank you very much for your generosity. That's most kind. What was that? How many months now as a member? 66, wasn't it? Well, you've now gifted 5 members. Thank you very much. You've got Oliver Foden, Thrust Set Simulations, Peter Curley, Lucas, who used to be a member, I believe, and Tim T, have all been gifted members on behalf of Itch It and Scratch It. Thank you very much for your generosity, buddy. Guys, you're all invited to the members only Discord, and you can use all your custom emojis in chat as well. And Domino Mosin, I hope you're doing well, buddy. I've just seen you, one of the mods is provided a link for you to join here as well.
Minimums, approaching minimums.
80 Freddy Driver says, don't forget to close all window shades and set your POV as far back as the seat permits to fly as realistically as possible. Oh, you long haul pilots, you have it too good. your fat A330. And my fat 777 here, oh yes. You remember the 7.3, you can recline it about 10 degrees. Stephen managed to get a half decent level flying the PMDG 7.3 lately. Just don't always get it down to the right altitude on descent. Often seem to end up too high, managing everything in the descent at once. Well, 7.3 for guys line training, it's one of the last things we sort of get them to master. I was the same when I was learning 15 years ago. It's the landings and descent planning. It's a slippy plane, so the VNAV system is pretty good. It'll plan an idle path descent. But anticipating shortcuts is quite important, so if you decide to take a shortcut off ATC gives you one, you have to manage the speed quite carefully. The speed brake isn't terribly effective, especially below 250 knots. So you can use a combination of flaps and speed brake on the approach. I have a very old high energy approach sort of or how to manage descent tutorial in the FSX PMDG, still relevant, although very old. You might find that useful. Tom, can you steal coffee from the first officer of this model? No, that's only in the fly factory, so there's no coffee here. It's a dry old do in this flight deck. There's Reno down below. Amazing. Look at this. It is a timeless livery, Speedbird, isn't it? It's going to be a long night for anyone watching. Steven says, might have to dig that out, thanks, and yeah, always seem to need that speed brake extended so much. But, you know, use it. I remember flying with Captain years ago when I joined. I used a speed brake. Oh yeah, you've screwed up your descent planning. So, oh, I'm sorry. You know. That is not the attitude you want to take. The speed brake is a tool. Why they didn't fit that big lever for no reason. It's there to be used as a tool. You know, it's very satisfying not to use it, do an idle path descent, but if you need it, use it. You know. One day I could do a descent, don't need it at all, but there's nothing you can do. Air traffic control, weather, you know, being held high. Use it. If you need it, use it. Mr. Pika Mijao says, I want to buy the 200, but I am holding off. Is it worth it? As I already have the 300. No, they're both 777s. It's very similar in the cockpit. It really depends on if you really want to replicate 200 operations. So, you know, only you can make that decision as to whether you would like both variants or whatever. I can recommend both of them highly. 777-200 is great, as is the 300. But I tell you what, as of late, I've been quite critical of 2024. I mean, I always have done. But you saw what performance I got out of there. I've got a high fidelity add-on. The performance is amazing. The graphics look great. Could it be that 2024 will be my sole Microsoft Flight Simulator sim moving forward? When the PMDG 7.3 comes over to 2024. And the iFly 737 MAX. Who knows? I don't know. The DJ Net says, opinion on best yoke, Thrustmaster Boeing? I mean, I have the Thrustmaster Boeing. It was very kindly sent out to by Thrustmaster about 3 years ago. So, I've not tried competitor yokes, but I can highly recommend this. I think it's as close as I feel I can get in a desktop simulator to correct feeling of a yoke. Matthew Brazy says they might as well have not added it when in a heavy 321 below 250 knots. Basically can't use it until you get flat one out. Oh really? DG's stoked about the wing coming out, but I'm fear it's going to be a ridiculous price. I need to try some of this wing stuff. The FMS looks great fun, doesn't it? Again, it's something I've toyed with, but for streaming, I think it's a good idea. Wow, crossing into Nevada now. Bye-bye California. Look at this, guys. It is a desert, isn't it? Nothing down there. HMS Daring says within the year you'll move over to 24 solely. Yeah, based off today. We'll see what it's like going into Heathrow. It might be sooner. And so you've got the wing items on order, but delivery has been slow, I guess, from demand. I wonder what the Comac will be like. Who knows, GB Spice? I don't think there's any Comac you can fly in a desktop simulator, is there? Very, very nice. .330 says, couple nice things the 777 FMC can do that the 73 can't. If you enter your alternates on the alternate page, they'll be marked on the ND, even if they're beyond max range. Ah, that's useful. I've noticed flying the triple before, it generates waypoints for alternates automatically. I don't know how you have the time to learn all this incredible information. I mean, I don't know, maybe being in the sim, I spend all my time looking at all our manuals. But, I can't give too much spare brain capacity to learning the ins and outs of every single aircraft. Oscar says, will there be a sleep cam? No. The office of a house is not near my bedroom. It is on the way to our daughter's bedroom. Obviously she's sleeping with us, but when we change her nappy at night, I'll pop in to make sure you're all behaving yourselves. There's Jim's view of Nevada. I tell you what, I'd hate to be a long haul pilot though. I do Tenerife and back a day, and that's almost about the flight time we're doing right now. So in a way I am a long haul pilot, but it's the jet lag. I don't have to suffer any of that. Well, Sam, I'm on my phone. My desktop won't let me comment in order. So far, I've had VPilot not have sound. A WASM crash. I had a crash to desktop. Oh no! Don't jinx my flight. Oh, yeah, because I know you wanted to join. Fingers crossed to my PC. It's been on all day working overtime. Actually, what's the temperature in my office? 26.5. Matthew, I love working from the Rockies to the west coast in the US. You can literally navigate from Denver to anywhere on the west coast using landmarks. All unique and visible from 100 miles away. Yeah, I mean, I guess this is like this almost every day of the year, isn't it? This part of the world. Amazing. Yeah, the DJ, yeah, the career modes. I mean, it's been fun. I don't see myself firing up anytime soon. I got the BizJet, but yeah. I've done 9 episodes. I might do some helicopter ones for a laugh, but if you fully drive, feel you. Then again, I think back to those 4 sector days with some lovely slots in each sector, and all of a sudden watching the ocean fly by feels pretty good. Ah, still loads of slots. Still loads of slots. But I don't fly that much anyway. Three blocks in the sim, 1 block flying, perfect. I enjoy the flying so much more. No, I wouldn't, for that reason, go to Etihad or Emirates. You know, I've got starting a young family, I don't want to move to the Middle East and, you know, upset what's really nice outside of work and streaming, work-life balance. You know, Joe and I had a great time. I'd love to I've got a wide-body jet, but, you know, TRI, TRE. On an aircraft, enjoy flights, all good. Swimming club. Did you have aircraft shapes or fluffy aircraft toys hung for the ceilings in our room? Safe height, so not to play with eats. Not yet. We've got animals. We've got ladybugs, ladybug posters. Did you ever watch Mythbusters when you were young? Was it on Sky? I've watched some like episodes occasionally, but I used to finish school and I used to watch Thunderbirds. That was on. Then The Simpsons on BBC 2. And then Scrap Heap Challenge on Channel 5. Who here watched Scrap Heap Challenge? Best. TV was great, wasn't it? TV was great in the early 2000s. Think Freddy, sounds like a lovely schedule. Alright, gotta catch some sleep. I've got an early flight to Florida coming up the day after tomorrow. See you, enjoy the views. Thank you. Take care, buddy. Thanks for popping in. Amazing show, I know. Presented by Kristen, I can't remember. What was the there were two. There was the main host and the female host. She was very, I used to fancy her. Where's Joe? He used to fancy her. I can see how you got from Scrap Heap Challenge to Flight the 7-3. Unbelievable comment. Wow. Very different to California, isn't it? Oh, is that an interstate we're following down there? What road is that? Derby? Lovelock Derby? Interesting. Oh, America is just on another scale, isn't it? Oops, I think that was me. Was that me? Oh no, we're just past Lima Lima Charlie. Actually better do a little fuel check actually. There we are. 36 minutes into the flight. Where's the time? 35 minutes, 1 minute ahead of schedule. We should have 72.3 tonnes of fuel. We've got 72.6, so we save 300 kilos. Fuel used. I have a Lovelock 8 tonnes. So onto the progress page. Oh, I can never remember where the fuel used is. 7.7. And it was 8 tonnes. So save 300 kilos of fuel, guys. $19.03 says, what's happening with your ground texture? Super blurry. It's looking good my side. Could be your internet, sir. What's your T-Lod and O-Lod set to? Good question, can't remember. It's nothing too high, so you're in the middle of the road. 150, 200. Sinbad, way later than that. 0700, I'm 0800 an hour. An hour or so. But yeah, this is long haul life, you know. This is it. It's on your arse now for 10 hours. Is it Lisa Rogers, Gorilla? Chinchilla? I think so. Yes! Correct. When I was much younger, I used to fancy it. Zem says, good night, see you when you're close to UK, have sleep to wake up for BA breakfast meal, yes. Well, the plan is, midnight, it's about 30 minutes time, I'll head to bed, and I'll set an alarm, and I'll be back with you at 7 British summer time, which will be 2 hours, 10 minutes before landing, maybe 7:15 if I have a line, or 7:30, we'll see. Crazy sarcasm. No, it was on my PC actually. I'm about curious, I'm just going to open up Task Manager. I want to see how my PC's doing here with performance. CPU 43%, GPU 63%, GPU 65 degrees. Needs to be holding that temperature for a while as well. It's just ticking along really nicely. I think, you know what, this is really good. Oscar behave. Nightbot is strict. Chevron, are you going to... Now this is interesting, great question here. Let's conclude the flight first. I've not done a huge amount of this sort of flying in 2024, but I've been immensely impressed. Now, we have flown the 777. We flew into Seattle, and I didn't get anywhere near as good as performance that I'm doing now. And everyone's saying, well, someone said, I think it was you, Simbear, Sim Update 2 brought, I guess, significant performance improvements. So, let's conclude this stream, fly into Heathrow, see what the performance is like. And I am probably, based off that, going to consider maybe utilising 2024 more than 2020, especially if you can perhaps download. If I uninstall 2020, obviously I've got the option to download 2024, which I guess will further improve performance. But obviously I've got gigabyte internet here, so I am able to stream it anyway. Yeah, it's exactly a Simbear set. I've got a decent internet, so I might as well utilise the internet to stream this down. I never have any issues with the internet here. No, I won't use it in beta though. I'll wait until Sim Update 3 is public. But this is great. Well, Matthew Presley, ladies and gentlemen, is a CRJ 767. He's flown everything, and he's using 2024. He's not used 2020 in months. And obviously I know V1 simulations, 330 driver, they're primarily using this sim and love it. I mean, I'll always use X-Plane, guys, because I love X-Plane as well. It still very much has its use here, but this is fantastic. This is brilliant, really. Oh. Ticking along nicely here. (2230 Zulu). Matthew, the CRJ 767 now trade tech. Oh yeah, I did know that. You're on the bus. You've flown loads of variants. Good for you, sir. 1903, you did Heathrow, Dubai, great performance the whole way, superb. Well, now I've turned this turbulence to low. That's going to further improve things. Swimming climb, once the PMDG 777-200ER fly moved over, you'll come with 2024 as well. Yeah. Yeah. You know what, I might come join you. So Ali MSH, will you need to say wait for oceanic clearance, but I'll be offline at that point. So as a reminder, guys, you can obviously utilise VATSIM like I am now. I'm online, but if you're away for your PC for a considerable period of time, you can't stay on the network. You can log back in, but just be sensible. Don't be on a 3-mile fine, or do it plenty of time. Oh, the Bluebird 757 is for 2020. Okay. Yeah, well, I won't install it straight away. This is amazing. Yes, chase plane, I know a lot of you have talked about me getting. I quite like the default camera. I've got it all set up working like it does an X-plane. This is yoke cam. Not yoke cam, sorry, drone cam. Superb. I can't say that word enough, guys. It's really nice. So how are we going to be able to step up to 3.5 before I go to bed? What's maximum? So maximum 3.7. Okay. Recommended 290, really? Is that the wind? Oh, I didn't load my wind data. Does that change my ETA? Oh my goodness me, I never put the wind data in. 751 Zulu now. So that's shaved about 15 minutes off. And with 10 tons of fuel, that's loads. Oops. I'll just put might as well put the forecast wind in. Tote de Mac. You tried frame gen? No, I haven't. Crazy sarcasm. Can you use negative cost index to make up to unmake up the time? Well, we'll just stall. I'll just fly on the stick shaker for a bit. FrameGen is recommended, but still the TA for best visuals. Yeah, I use TAA. Is it DLSS? It's all blurry, isn't it, with the monitors? Sure, stick the speed brake off before heading off. Brilliant. 44 minutes in, and only 9.5 hours to go. What view am I going to leave you guys with? That one? No, I need to get that back into the view as well. Oh, RTA. We have RTA on our 7.3s, but we never use it or need to use it. So yeah, you can say what time you want to be there and adjust its speed. That's pretty cool. But it's more for oceanic, isn't it? Han says it's the text delay refreshing that I hate. Other than that, DLSS isn't awful. I remember trying it though. It made all the monitors really blurry. But it did give me better performance. Right, what's the recommended level? Now your requested wins. Still 290. I'll step climb a bit early. And then 3.5, 3.7. I'm gonna be asleep. 3.9. And into Heathrow. There's not a cloud in sight, only behind us. Look at that. Where's the nearest airport? Let's go to Metar. We've got K-BAM, Battle Mountain. I wonder if they've got a Metar. They do. 10 statute miles, clear sky, 29 degrees. Just off our right side. Can't quite see it. So sparsely populated. Mafia curfews. Remember having to use that to get into Naples at 6 in the morning or whatever the curfew lifted there. Landed to the minute. Yeah, I guess for long haul you've got to be really careful with curfews. We have a lot of curfews in Europe, and I've had to overnight before because of Berlin's curfew. We had a huge slot and then a medical issue, and then they wouldn't let us go, so we had to overnight. A lot of German airports have curfews. They don't allow sleeping at night. Well, thanks a lot for tuning in this evening, guys, or this morning, or wherever you are. 500 people are still sticking around as we fly the 777. As I said, in about 23 minutes, guys, I will head off to bed myself and leave you in the capable hands of Jim, who'll entertain you for the next 6-7 hours. No, Anthony, you're still around. I didn't even realise what was going on. I've just seen your message. No idea what was going on. Don't worry about it, buddy. It's amazing how similar this is to the 737 as well. Oh, almost used 9.4 tons of fuel. Well, it's enough for me to get you from the UK to Tenerife easily. Only airborne for 48 minutes. They do guzzle fuel, these wide-body jets. Samuel, are you a pilot in real life? Yes, sir. Did you perform a test sector for long haul before this? No, this is untested. I'm not doing a test sector for such a long flight. I tested the Heathrow scenery and the San Francisco scenery to make sure it was all installed working correctly. Kodama trip, there's been multiple instances of planes being on final approach to Berlin having to divert to Hanover at the last second because they just barely missed the curfew. Oh yeah, absolutely. And if you miss it by 1 minute, huge fine. Huge fine. It's not worth it. Is it? Shame really, but you know, at least people around Berlin get a good night's sleep, I guess. Yeah. You can get extensions with Berlin. I've had an extension approved, but if you don't get that, you just cannot operate. I'm actually looking at the briefing documentation for the airport to see what it says. Where the hot towels, both for get them yourself. Yeah, it is completely the commander's responsibility to adhere to night curfews. Air traffic control will not stop a flight from landing despite violating the curfew. So in Berlin they're between 11:30 local and 5:30. If you can't make it, they suggest diverting to Hanover or Cologne. Do not land after midnight without an approved exemption. And if we do land past in that curfew, yeah, I remember having to sign this. You have to sign and fill out a declaration of pilot command. Otherwise, it's a night in the hotel. I think Matthew Presley, as silly as that sounds, it's exactly correct. It's just landing, so if you go around Toga thrust, you're not going to get fined. This is crazy. Wow, we're crossing into Idaho, Montana, and Canada, or a bit of North Dakota. Not much going on in North Dakota, is there? I don't know if I have anyone from North or South Dakota in chat, but hello if you are. Mach 8.2 here, MMO for the NG and Max. Having store generally fairly strict rules regarding noise levels at night and on Sundays in Germany. And Plenty says same with Hamburg. You sometimes see Condor landing late, but that must cost a fortune. On the other hand, Hamburg, Hanover is in spitting distance. Yeah, so I guess that's the preferable diversion. Ryan remembers the 727s out of New York. It's at 3 AM downtown rattled. Yeah, that things should have made a racket. Matthew President, I don't know. Do I want to know what the official state pastime of North Dakota is? I think I'm about to find out. Hello Jason, coming in from the Philippines. Well, good morning to you. Thank you very much for popping in. Matthew leaving North Dakota. Don't want to start a state war in my chat. Yeah, a lot of land down here makes Clarkson Farm look tiny. Still need to watch season 4. Gravy, there was a Condor flight to Munich the other day that was 10 seconds too late for the curfew after being given an extension already. Had to divert to Frankfurt, yep. Crazy sarcasm, you wonder why they did 2 Dakotas. Superb view. Well, Sim, the aircraft have all been flawless so far. I mean, it's ticking along very nicely. Won't be long until there's a sunset. Showok, you're off to Melbourne in October in this aircraft via Singapore from Heathrow. Very cool. 1903, that was the Flight Beam Studios scenery. We had their scenery is really, really nice. And very performance friendly as well. Harry says, when do you think the 737 MAX 200 modification will come out? The MAX 10? Are you referring to? What aircraft are you referring to, Harry? I'm not so sure. The MAX 8200. Oh, for the iFly. Yes, the 8200 used by Ryanair and a few other airlines. I think they're making an 8200 variant. No idea regarding release. Steam says it's just not a realistic Nigel flying without the grumpy BA cabin crew. My aunt used to work for BA cabin crew 15 years. She wasn't grumpy. I don't think she was. Planning says great to hear, thinking of getting the Flight Beam series, but I'm actually quite happy with the Premium Deluxe Ahsoka version after some alterations, corrections. Now, I actually had a look at that before the stream, and it's actually okay. You know, all the markings are fine and the detail terminals, but then you installed the Flight Beam Studio, and it's just, they had that sort of grubbiness, and it looks like it's been used a lot. And I was like, yeah, I'll go with this one. Right, so have you spoken with Angry Brian recently? He pushed us back not that long ago. Oscar, the Flight Beam scenery is easier to run than the Sobos. Yeah, very FPS friendly, isn't it? Home email, is there a specific speed to exit to a high speed exit from a runway? Do you exit controlling tiller or rudder pedals? That's an amazing question. So we aim to exit around 45 knots and definitely rudder. You don't want to be using the tiller at that speed. In fact, on a straight taxi, taxiway in 30 knots, I use the rudder, and most people use the rudder anyway because it's a bit smoother than the tiller, and the rudder has a little bit of tiller input anyway. But you don't want to be using the tiller on any rollouts, especially above 30 knots. Good question. Martin, you took a flight from Heathrow to Chicago on a British Airways 777 last summer, went to visit the Oshkosh Air Show. Very exciting. Thrust simulation sunset, you departed 2 PM local time. Yes, the sun will set behind us, but probably not for another 4 or 5 hours. And there it is. I have to say that it's a very realistic looking sun in Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. Now, I think you might be watching the stream a little bit further in the past. The 777-200s BA have had for years, haven't they? I think this version actually is a current version, but they've got some that are, what, 20 plus years old? Simba, off to bed, buddy. See you on the other side. Take care, and slow down so we can land around the same time. See you soon. See you in the morning. Yeah, PMDG have done a great job with this. Great performance, great looks. Yeah. Anyway, we're overhead Pars, now inbound to Papa India Hotel. No, did I say the wrong local time? Whoops. Highlight shadow working and overnight change at work, so nice timing on this. Should definitely be able to watch until mid-late Atlantic. Well, you'll be watching just the view, I'm afraid, because I'm going to bed in about 10 minutes, buddy. Steam, did all the winds load in correctly? Yeah, I'm sure they did because the ETA changed. 751, it was like 08 something before. So we go here on the legs route data, you can see here. Yeah. Got all the winds for all the different levels at all the different waypoints. So they're all coded correctly. 70 tons of fuel. We started with, what was it, 80.4? So we burnt 10 tons already. That is true, Tom Hates gets a lot of first officers taking part. 2 tons airborne now, see if I can link up with you at the Lambourne VOR. We're coming in via Bovingdon. 2 tons, where are you flying in from, buddy? I think you did mention in Discord, didn't you? Okay, so I'll be routing sort of over Greenland and then coming over Belfast. Oh no, man. We might get some ATC, you know, Heathrow's always busy. Ryan, have we checked out your crew rest accommodation? I'm not sure if that's modelled with PMDG. Hello, Patch Productions. I used to have chatting in from London. Thanks for popping in. Do we know each other? Have you met email before? I have got an email from someone wanting to do some interviewing, but I'll probably have to decline that request. Coming in from Dallas, coming in on Bovingdon, but set the Lambourne ILS-27 for the expected gusty westerlies. Roger. ETA. Hello, Mamat UK. Good evening, everyone. Mr. Start, but I'll see that when you go to bed. The 767 stream was brilliant. Yeah, it was really good. Nice to see these improvements in X-Plane. The clouds look really nice. And the aircraft's handling well. Plane that's actually a pretty northerly route for eastbound. To be fair, that is following the curvature of the Earth. It's certainly the most efficient way of going. 2 tons 758 Zulu. Ah, not far off. Ooh, so I'm just sneaking in before you. Very good. So how many of you in chat set up long haul flights and leave it overnight? Proper spacing that, you perked it perfectly. D sides over curvature of the Earth. I heard it was flat. I can't speak about it any further. I'm sworn under secrecy. Can't talk about it. Showmake, you do it. Very cool. Sometimes you should fly the long haul awake. Oh, 2 tons. 1903. I've been inspired to do the right now before bed. Hopefully a quick 10-minute taxi. Get airborne, sir. Get airborne. Itch and scratch, the best way to fly long haul. I mean, that's what they do in real life. Go for crew rest. Josiah place you sit there the entire time. Fair. There is time acceleration in the sim. I use that. No, I don't like using time acceleration. It's cheating. Greg Scott, love that. Set up 3-hour flights and working from home. Cancelled a Teams call when I was landing. Brilliant. Swim climb, you're doing it exactly 3 times. Water land in case you sleep in. Get it all set up. I'll be fine. Giggy, good night. See you in the morning for the landing. Take care, buddy. Showmake Pro, east to west, as you can see scenery in the daylight. That is true. Chibi Spicy, yeah, sign that NDA. Yeah, I know. from the Illuminati. Talk about Illuminati, seeing Matthew's question. Did you also get the email from the Illuminati about the increased chemtrail quotas for next month? I know, I couldn't believe it. Can't talk about that here, Matthew, I've told you. Gotta email me on the top secret email address. But yeah, we have to really start zigzagging a bit more across the sky. Very good, Simbear. Hopefully we'll see you around the same time. Yeah, I know. I actually, on the smart meter, I do notice when you run the PC, it does actually do generate a lot of power, don't they? But we've got a hybrid car, so that goes on charge at midnight automatically. Because we do have, actually, to be fair, we're on a what we call in the UK, guys, an economy 7 tariff, so you get cheaper electricity at night. So if you're eligible for that if you have an electric car or a hybrid vehicle. Oh, I've just seen Joe walk past, and is she fast asleep? Sorry? No. Is she crying? She just had a poo. You changed it. Thank you. Thank you so much. My turn next. My daughter's just had a poop, and thankfully I got away with not having to change it. But I'll do the next one. Oscar, how much is your electric bill on average? So we're on an air source heat pump here, so we have no gas. So in the summer it's about about £150 a month. In the winter that goes up to about 350, 400. But we've got quite a newish build property, so we utilise underfloor heating with the air source heat pump. Oh, Mad Matt UK, are you managing to go clay pigeon shooting these days? Yeah, so I've shot really badly recently. I went with my best mate last weekend. I shot some CPSA shoots. I got, was it 52 out of 157? I shot really badly. I don't know what's happened to me. But I need to use a bit more of the VR. I haven't had a huge amount of time. I'm booked on for some more shoots end of the month. I will show everyone though. If you missed this, I did win something. I'm just hiding. Look at this. Ooh, I'm hiding where I got it from. I won a competition, but I could do with having some lessons. I've had about 5 lessons. I had some when I started. Didn't do any for a couple of years. Had a couple more. Just had some bad habits. But yeah, I want to get into it more. My buddy I go with, he shoots so much more than me, and we started off and we're sort of the same. He's now really good. But yeah, whenever I get any spare time, it's my sort of escape. Really enjoy it. Anyway, guys, 22:57. I'm going to start my 7-hour timer soon. I think we'll step up to 350, then I'm going to have my 7 hours rest. I might pop it in because I'll do the next feed for baby nappy change, but I will leave the timer on. But yeah, we might cruise up to a higher level. 90. What gates at BA for San Francisco? It's Terminal A or Terminal 1. Can't remember what it was. I believe. GB Spice, save so much in the winter and don't turn the heating on. Monthly bill for winter about 50 quid. Very good. Oh, I can't, for some reason, can't scroll chat, so I can't see what people are writing. If I've missed a lot of the chat, sorry, it's moving quite quick there. Homeo says, do you usually leave email? Do you usually leave AP on turnaround, assuming for normal temperature outside? Short turnaround. No, we always turn it off unless it's needed for cabin temperature. Sammy says it's annoying having ramp on headset and pushback training, as we had a few pilots not happy when we said we were on headset and pushback training. Well, I've never had an issue with that. You've got to learn at some point. You can always tell when there's a new tug driver training, so we end up being pushed in a funny direction, and it's very slow. Doesn't bother me. Harris, you're on solar, don't worry about electricity bills anymore, that's the future. Very expensive investment in the UK though. Crazy sarcasm, you won't be waking up at 7. I'll try. Anyway, look, 22, it's 1 minute to midnight here in the UK. I'll get ready with my 7-hour timer. You know I have OCD, guys, so I will start the timer to be on it exactly at midnight to the second. Obviously the stream's probably got about 10 seconds latency, so you'll be seeing it at 10 seconds past midnight, but it'll be at midnight for me. It's coming up anyway. 20 seconds to midnight for me. Steven off to bed as well. Take care, buddy. Thanks a lot for popping into the stream. I've got 5 seconds to go. 3, 2, 1. Midnight. Here comes my timer. I'll get rid of that little box. I need to press the interact button here. Stupid thing. Interact. Close. There we are. Oh, it's in white. Can't really see it clearly. Oh well. There we go. That went on at midnight. So in 6 hours, 59 minutes and 37 seconds, I will come back from crew rest, see where we are. Somewhere over the Atlantic. But, you know, oh yeah, we're going to do this cruise climb before I go as well. So, step to 350, 100 miles, we're going to do it now. So if I set 350 and push this in, boom, done. Step to 370 at 20 past 3 British Summer Time. Up we go. So I'm already stepping up to 37. The shake is something on the seconds. Oh yes, it shakes a little bit. Need more to sleep. 8 hours at least. 8 hours is recommended, but after 15 years of flying earlies, you'd be very lucky to get 8 hours. Just try having a baby. Anyway, we'll just make sure we get up to flight level 350. Oh yeah, gosh, I need to log off of VATSIM. Right, so I'm logging off of VATSIM now. There we are, we're offline. I nearly forgot that, I'd have left it. Best behaviour in chat. Yeah, it's good performance, isn't it? 1,000 feet per minute. Centre tank pumps. Well, Jim will have to turn those off. Yeah, 6 hours. On my days off, I'll go for 8 hours, but you know, 6 hours is usually enough with a nap. Want to go. Look how much we have left. Crikey. Oh, we're about to fly overhead. Perth? No. Snake Lake. Where's this? Pocatello. A new place we've flown over on the stream. There it is, town of Pocatello. As one enables step climbs, I haven't, so we're going to stay at 3.5 and then we'll go all the way up to 3.9 after my crew rest. But the flight plan's based on being at 3.30 the entire way, so I did that just to sort of allow for any potential non-step climbs. So we're already saving fuel and time straight away. So there we are, 3.30. So what I'll do, I'll put on the electronic flight bag, press home, there we are, you can sort of see the routing there. We're approaching 350 here. And what I'll do is, are you guys... Oh, I'm trying to get a decent view. How's that for a view? Can't quite see the map there. How's that? I'm seeing where the timer is. Back from Chris in the middle of the window. You got the map there. If I zoom in on the map slightly. Oh no, hold on, I need to... We'll zoom in a little bit. Oh, there we are. Can you still see where we are there? Can you see that? That says Salt Lake City, for example. How's that? Can you see that says Salt Lake City? Is the quality good enough? I hope it's tracking our movement as well. Yes, I think it is. Perfect. We can zoom in. Perfect. So you can see where we are. Oh, I'm not sure if it's tracking the aircraft. Hold on. It'll be annoying if you have to stare at Salt Lake City. We'll manage. Just hold on. I just want to make sure we're locked onto the aircraft. Min screen, zoom in. Lock location. No, we don't want lock location on. We want to be able to... Yeah. It won't let me move. Right, I think we're good. Okay, let me get back. Camera view back in. How's that, guys?
Welcome.
I think we're alright there. Okay, so hopefully when I get back in 6 hours and 55 minutes, I'll be where it is. But I might do a step climb and chat and see if anyone's here. So if you randomly watch, you can hear someone talking. It will probably be me in about 3 hours, feeding our daughter, changing her nappy. Right, guys, I'll leave it as it is. Thank you so much for popping in so far, and it's always fun doing this. Something different, isn't it? I'll head off to bed now, and I'll be back 7 o'clock British summer time, if not before, to do a step climb or something along those lines. But otherwise, sleep well, enjoy the rest of your day, and I hope some of you can make it for the landing into London Heathrow in the morning. Right then, music on, music off. This is all royalty-free music, so do you want that on or off? On. There we are, I'll leave it at that volume. It's just chill tunes from the Deep Focus playlist. There we go. Alright then, guys. Night all, thank you very much for all you ever do for me, guys, as well, especially the members. Thanks for your support. But I'll be back anyway. 6 hours, 53 minutes to go. Right, good night, guys. See you later. Bye-bye.
Welcome.
don't know if anyone's actually still watching. Surprise. 222 people apparently just fed the baby. Look at this. Morning everyone. Just temporarily back from crew rest. Just so I plays Captain. Hello Simbear. Mariah Twin. Hello. I'm going to go back to bed in a second. But where are we? Just approaching Greenland. Look at that. Wow. 6 hours 16 minutes. The sim is performing beautifully. I actually don't know. Is it sunrising or setting? Josiah plays. Oh, look at this. Oh, wow. Microsoft Flights in 2024 is stunning, isn't it? Right, yeah, centre pumps off. Yep. That's going to help everyone. Simmer, you're only 10 miles ahead now. Amazing, amazing. We got there. Bravo Golf Golf Hotel. Okay, on the graph. Oh, we've moved long loads. That is Nook. We've been in there. We flew in there once in the A330. Oh, look at that. There is Greenland below. What we'll do then is just step climb as well. Flight level 350. Recommended 3-3. Really? Optimum. I've got up there. Where were we meant to be in the flight? 3 through the whole way, but I think it's going to be beneficial to step climb. Step to 390 in the flight plan, so we'll do that now. Do that, push, up we go. Perfect. Wow, this sim. We don't usually fly this time of the morning, it's absolutely stunning. Wow. Morning, hello, Tyler. Hope you're doing well, buddy. I've got baby brain. I'm very tired. That is amazing. So we auto climb to 370. This has a step climb feature, doesn't it? We can do it automatically at night. But I waited until now to do it. We're heading 040 when I left, going 108. Circle track. ETA 750 hasn't changed too much, 10 tons in a row. Amazing. So 3 hours 40 minutes to go. Sun hasn't set yet, don't think it will. No, I think in the summer, I think you're quite right. I think that's probably as low as it will go. It's just dipped below the horizon, hasn't it? It'll probably start rising soon. That's worth locking off that sim. Which I nearly did. If you guys were still watching that. I remember in the end. But this will, go at 390. Winds would be slightly better, but ever such a slightly higher back number as well. But you've had no ding dongs, that's good. No, it seems to be all well. I left my office window wide open, so lovely cool air is getting my PC from overheating overnight. Life of a long haul pilot. This is oceanic airspace is 64 degrees north, 050 west. I don't know if they have radar over here, I don't think they do. Giant planes, hey look, I love how you went, Captain. Just watching the stream back, yeah, the sun's about as low as Scotland is now, isn't it? Performance is in the sim is really impressive on my potato PC. I say it's not potato, but compared to the graphics when you get this 3080, I'm getting 52 FPS. I remember when I flew over Greenland in, was it the Comanche? Which is for the charity stream. Started off in Iceland. Simba, you've just had a WASM crash, literally just now. Oh, that's just right. I've taken the A350. Let me guess. I'm sorry to hear that, buddy. Have you got the ability to reload the flight at all? Any builds have had real issues with that, haven't they? To be fair, I think when we flew the 777, we had the same issue when I got the early access for it. I know the any builds A350's been plagued with that issue, hasn't it? Fingers crossed for the approach to Heathrow today. Oh, Simbear, sorry buddy. There is the sun. I think the sun's coming. It's just rising again. Well, I know I've climbed actually, to be fair. There we are. 390. Perfect. Come on, guys. I'm going to leave you, so I'm going to go get a couple of hours kit. Well, hour 46 minutes. As I had just finished feeding baby, just wanted to turn off the centre pumps, get yourselves up to a more efficient cruise level. I'll leave you in this sort of view here so you can sort of still see our route. Got a bit more of a GoPro cam view. There we are. Can't really see the timer like that, can you? There we are, something like that. Perfect. I hope you get the issue fixed, but I don't know if you're going to beat me in Heathrow now. It's a shame. Right, guys, I'll see you in about an hour, 45 minutes. Ciao, ciao. Good morning, everyone. Oh, look who else is here to say hello to you all. Oh, he's more excited than everyone in chat. Oh, he's just had his breakfast. Hello, Jack. Ah, there we go. All right, nice and calm. Ah, this is what he's like every morning. Excited to see you. Oh, he's bought me a penguin. Thank you so much. No, he's gone sniffing elsewhere. Morning, everyone. Ah, here we are, back in the cockpit of the 777. Thank you, Jim, for taking the wheel. You can go get some rest now as I get ready for top of descent. Slept okay. For those of you around, I think Sibel, a few others were around here a couple of hours ago. I woke up and just fed the baby then. Did a step climb, turned off the centre tank pumps, and here we are. Right, we need to see who is in chat. Say good morning to you, and then go from there. Just realised Jim did nothing the entire time. Typical. Simba, you're 20 miles behind you. Oh yeah, we need to log back onto Phantom actually. Actually, where on earth are we? That's where we were. Oh, look at this. Gone up approaching the FIR boundary. Beautiful. So yeah, it's got an okay night's sleep. As you well know, parents out there, it's not always the best. That's why I'm glad I'm in the sim today. You know, I'll have a nap this afternoon. But looking forward to flying into Heathrow. Right, let me. So, do I need to refile my flight plan on VATSIM? Connect. I'm going to reconnect. So I'm back on the network. Jetstream knocked off an hour on my flight. Miles ahead of you now. Went up to 0.88 to land, so I can go to bed fair. I'm doing Mach point 82. We've used a bit of extra fuel. Still 749 Zulu, so landing in about an hour and a half. We can step up to 410 as well. Is that typical? Even at this way, recommended 39. Should I stay here? What's the absolute maximum? 415. I think we could step up to 4. Good boy. Let's go. Up we go to 410. I'll just check the VATSIM map to make sure. Still remember my flight plan. Right. Oh, where am I on VATSIM? I'll just bring up Chrome so you guys can see it as well. There we are. Where are we? That's us, I think. Am I that little tiny one? Why am I a tiny plane? I'm a 777. Rude. Oh, I don't think it's logged my flight plan. I need to refile it, don't I? That's why. Let me just disconnect. What's the advantage of stepping up this late? Well, it's not that late to be fair. It's not an hour and a half, but a little bit of fuel saving primarily. Interesting. So I need to. You need to refile. Roger. Thank you. So does it sort of time out then? Offline for more than 2 hours. Home email. There you go. I couldn't remember that from last time. Well, having just had crew rest for 7 hours, in about, I reckon, 15 minutes, I'll just need to dip to the toilet for my to digest my breakfast. Then I'll be straight back. Right, refiling. Ah, that's been refiled. Let's reconnect to that. Jamming when stop and descent. It is. Great question. Where's the top descent information? Is that because I'm still climbing? I'll wait until we just get to top climb and have a look. Right, we're reconnecting to Vanson. Why am I not on the map? That's weird. Reconnected. I can't find myself. Oh my goodness me! Yeah, there's Simba. I have to say, I've been a critic Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. Came back a couple of hours ago when we were over Greenland, and the scenery was spectacular. The lighting, the aircraft, the performance I've had on my PC during this stream is incredible as well. It's been really nice. There we are. I'm now back on Fancy. So there we are. London Heathrow, flight level 110, 517 knots, and yeah, you've caught what up? Caught it up quickly. Sit there. You're just behind us, but I can't see you. But yeah, guys performed very nicely. Morning, bit wet outside for Jack's Walk. Not too much rain around here. Never knew this is a bombing mission, yes, coming in early. Oh really? Andre, if it doesn't only show us when you get close to 777, I'm not sure how close it will appear. Yeah, not there yet. I mean, we can work it out roughly. We can see on the map. It's about 32, 42, 480. I'd say about 450 miles to 500 miles. Probably just around an hour from now. Also, I know I just moved it, yeah, come around, but I am sporting pyjamas. Check it out. Stripy trousers, grey. Just get your cab ready for the approach. Hello, Jack. It's very exciting. Very exciting to be live. What's this up here? What's this up here? Onto your bed then. Oh, I'm barefoot as well. My goodness. Lay down then. Lay down. Lay down. Yes, you're a good boy, aren't you? Yes. Right, guys. I'll just put Yoga Cam back into position. Has that gotten low? I've not. Oh, excuse me. There we are. That's it. It's a bit low. I don't know what happened. I barely moved the camera. There we are. I'm very sorry, guys, but duty calls. I might just have to come back in about 5 minutes. I was wondering if it was going to come. I've had my breakfast already. I'll be back at about past. But what we'll do, we'll go in a wing view. See if we can find Simbear as well when we get back, but I can't see him around. See you shortly. maturity. There we are, thanks guys. Javelin, no, don't come about that. Grasping performing so well. Mark Scott, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Our captain has turned into brave Sir Robin. He's scarvered. I'm back. Javelin says need to get the PMDG to allow an iBot integration to the failure system. Absolutely not. Gaming Reporter says on Vats and Radar, it says your squawk is not right. Interesting. I suppose because I've timed out. This was the squawk assigned to me by the ground controller in San Francisco. So should I put that back to 2000 now? Because that's sort of what it would be set to, wouldn't it? I wouldn't know how to set it correctly. Oh, I'm having a look at all my flight details. Can you even see what com I'm set to? Oh yeah, so I put it back to 2000, which is the one assigned by ATC. That should please it. And I should be over on Unicom. There we go. It's amazing how it monitors all that information. Good morning, Simba. Hope you're doing well. Random subscribe, brilliant. Right on Coffin Corner. Yeah, but, oh yeah, actually I've just noticed that. Yeah, it's a little bit tight, but as long as you're in between the manoeuvre margins, you're all good. If you're perfectly smooth as well, it's fine. That was a big increase from flight level, what were we, 3.7? Big change. So obviously I'll be in Oceanic airspace in reality here, so I'll be speaking to Shamwick, HF backed up. Oh, Ben Pons, there you go. In the 777 you see top percent when you reach 400 miles out, there you go. Yeah, in the 73 you can see it, well, whenever in the climb basically. I wonder how many people are inbound to Heathrow. I mean, it's always busy here, not that. There we are, so we're over the Atlantic. Speedbird 772. There's Alpaca 59 Lima behind us. Heathrow has 2. Is that 2 aircraft there? Pre-filed flight plans. Very quiet. 17 departures and 23 arrivals. Probably the busiest airport on that this morning. Unless there's any information. Javelin, Fly Live ETA seems wrong. So the Fly Live ETA is very simple. This is simply based, Javelin, off your present speed right now and the distance to the airport. So the Fly Live overlay shows 734 Zulu. This says 49 Zulu. That's because that has the entire arrival in. The fact that we're going to slow down, decelerate, and then land on runway 27 left. Whereas, like I said, the Fly Live is just as the crow flies right now at this present speed. You'll notice when we start descending and slowing down, that ETA will start increasing. It just scratched. Oh no, your computer's crashed. I hope you weren't doing a long flight. Good morning, Felis. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Oh, it's 27 right now, Roger. Will it be 27 right when we get there? I always forget at Heathrow the plan of action for landing and taking off on the westerlies. Excuse me, I'm just drinking my brew. But yeah, the sun never fully set on this route. At the time of year, we're over Greenland, the sun just dipped below the horizon, but then came back up again. Oh no, it shouldn't scratch. I'm sorry to hear that, buddy. Following Alpaca 99, but crashed overnight. Ah, buddy. Sims can be interesting and annoying. Right, so I'll select 27 right via Bovingdon, and it should be the same arrival still. Over 1 hotel, execute. There we go. Oh, the performance in the aircraft is spectacular. I start setting up the end, though, it's a little bit too far out. There we go, perfect. Morning, Patch Productions, hope you're doing well, buddy. Gaming Portal, hope to see you land. I'm landing at 7:30. Ooh, very good. You'll be just before me then. We're at 7:49. Hello, Sierra Bren, Ema, doing Doha JFK. Oh, that is a long flight. Woke up at stupid o'clock in the morning to start, logged on to see that someone had started shortly before me and nicked my call sign. Good to see that I'm not the only weirdo around. Oh, interesting. Well, were you doing a real world call sign, Sierra Bren, for Doha JFK? If that's the case, then probably someone wants to do the exact same call sign as well. That's my guess anyway, or if you've chosen a completely random call sign and they've gone for the same one, that is a bit stranger. But if it's the real world one, then that's probably understandable. But I don't think you can log on to VATSIM if someone's got the same call sign. Usually comes up saying this call sign is used, or choose another one, or something along those lines. I remember seeing that before. We'll head into wonder now if the paint kit for the 777 is the same as the Freighter. Alpaca have a livery for it, so I wonder if I could do a little work on it. Oh, that'd be great for the 2024. I would have loaded today. Kalopki, thank you so much, buddy. Good morning, and thank you for the 12 euros, buddy.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Hope you slept well.
Reasonably.
BTW, I tuned in 3 hours ago and I noticed Jim was sleeping, so maybe you should have a talk with him. Sorry for snitching, Jim. Smiley face emoji.
So
Happy landing.
So Jim...
Heart suit emoji.
Brilliant. Kalopki, has Jim not been keeping you entertained? And not been looking after my subscribers and members in chat? Unbelievable. That's hilarious. Thank you so much for your generosity once again. And Jim has now retired to the bunk and returned to single pilot ops, as ever. Cheers, buddy. Good morning. Oh, Shepard, he's just chosen the same as you. That's not great. Yeah, well, if we can get a... I did look on the Alpaca Airways livery site and saw you'd done the 300. There weren't any 200 variants of the PMDG 777. Gary says, hello from Australia. Been following your flight most of the day. 4:35 in the afternoon here. Good afternoon to you, sir. Thank you very much for coming in. Hello, Simeric. Good morning. Time to do my Birmingham Mallorca classic route. Tuned in earlier. Jim was playing V1's opening music. Well, we had V1 here. We've had 330 driver. I wish I had time to pop into other people's streams. I do occasionally pop into V1's. Usually when he's crashing his 747-200 into a mountain. Speedbird Heavy says real life call sign for you should be either Speedbird 6 Bravo or 2 X-Ray, but they are all significantly further back than you. Yeah, there's 2 flights a day from San Francisco, an A380 and the 777-300. I was looking on Flight Radar. I should have been more realistic, shouldn't I? Jabbing, I'm planning on doing a Discord show and tell for deliveries for 2024. Not that I'm solved it, but I'll show you what I've got working so far and what tools I'm using. Very cool. Is it a simple conversion, Jamlin? If you've made a livery for an aircraft in 2020 and you're making one for the same aircraft in 2024, is it? It's not as simple as just copy and paste, I guess. Now this is perfect. The stream's been going for 9 hours 37 minutes. The limit's 12. No, we should be well within the 12-hour limit. But this is nice sector length because it gives me enough time to get some sleep. Albeit with a baby, that's not always easy. And have some rest and come back and land in the morning. It's like 3 streams in 24 hours. That's what it feels like. Speedbird 85 Heavy says, just spotted American Airlines put a 777 on their JFK Miami instead of a 738 leaving at 6 AM, so hop on that I reckon this morning. In real life? Or just replicating the flight? Very cool, regardless. Right, what's the deal with all the suffixes on call signs in Europe? Any particular rhyme or theme to it? I'm not sure. Seldom happens in the US. Just the way it is. sometimes have some really difficult call signs to remember, but very rarely we have all numbers. I was once my operator with the number 6. Super heavy, no in the sim. Ah, very good. Well, it's great. I know most of you like to replicate real-world operations, so sometimes airlines utilise wide-body jets on short-haul routes. Lufthansa were using 747 for Parma to Frankfurt a couple of summers ago. It was really, really interesting. Scotty 2, how was the flight factor 767? Really good. We flew in Central America, went from Guatemala to San Jose. Nice update. The textures are certainly improved. The handling is improved as well. The beta's looking nice and X-plane, although there were some weird issues with the approach lights, runway lighting on the approach. But yeah, it's a great replication of 76. It's Champion Japan 6, absolutely. Stephen 27 right and use. Thank you very much, buddy. We've changed that in the FMC about 10 minutes ago, so we will plan for 27 right. Let's check the flight plan anyway against the fuel. So we just passed over Ginga? No, Gomup. Gomup is now the active waypoint. In fact, I think we might have crossed now into UK airspace. Let me just switch this to IFR. Here we are. We've just entered Scottish control. So left oceanic airspace. So let's have a look at this operational flight plan. Now, this is based on us being at 330 the whole way, just to be conservative with the planning. But obviously we've stepped climbs. A couple, just before I went to bed, then about 3 hours ago. Oh no, that's the alternate routing. There are you. Gob-up, there we are. So 9 hours 6 minutes, 8 hours 50. Look at that. So that's the advantage of climbing higher Mach number. We are 16. Oh, sorry, no, Gob-up 906. So 16 minutes ahead of schedule. We should have 15.8 tons of fuel. Oh, I've burnt more fuel. Interesting. Now, we might have saved a lot of time because we're going higher, but maybe the winds were more favourable lower down, because it did say optimum was lower. Recommended 388. Interesting. We've actually burnt about an extra 15.8, 15.1, 700 kilos of fuel. We'll have to keep an eye on that. We didn't take any extra fuel either, but there is contingency built into this flight plan, of course. 5% of your total fuel burn. So that's 3.5, 31 minutes contingency. Do long haul flights work in the same principle? Still 5% contingency? That's a lot of extra fuel. 30 minutes. So look here in Champagne, Belgium. Currently doing Gatwick to Mauritius and 350. That's a cool route. The automation of the PMDG is really good, really smooth. A little bit of weather ahead. There we are, we've got Glasgow, we've got Belfast, Knock, Dublin, Shannon, Newcastle. No, that's not Newcastle, is it? No, it is Newcastle. I can go off November Tango, yeah. I know all the way ICAO codes. Let's have a look at Simbear. Still can't spot him. Are you directly below me, Simbear? Just behind. Usually shows controls of the other aircraft, doesn't it? Can you see you? Sim Eric, that's a really good question. Had a wind shear alert yesterday during a touchdown. Do I need to go around or if it's okay? Now that's a decision that you need to make very quickly. Now if you've touched down or you feel that at your present position it's safer to touch down, and it could be safer to continue. Now if you're at 50 feet and you're having a significant loss of airspeed, it's quite challenging. But yeah, there's a bit of common sense in that situation. Now 200 feet you're going to do a wind shear escape manoeuvre, but it depends where you are. Have you selected reverse thrust? Are you already on the ground? Is it safe to land? I have not had a wind shear warning. I have had quite a strong wind shear just before touchdown where there was a significant gust blowing me off the centre line, and I had to add a lot of thrust, but it was quite positive with the controls, but I was happy, and it was still still was safe to land in that situation. But you've got to make a really quick decision. If in doubt, go around. Matthias, good morning from PMDG. Hope you're doing very well. We have been sat here the whole time. No, I haven't. But we are 9 hours 43 minutes into this live stream and 8 hours 53 minutes in this flight, the 777. Just been performing impeccably in Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. Super impressed with the performance. In fact, how do you go so far to make the performance in the aircraft so good? I was really impressed with it on departure from San Francisco. Yeah, lifetime live weather, approaching the coast of Ireland very soon. Northern Ireland, I should say. Scott, have you had any more encounters with Doug? No, Doug and I have not seen each other. I look forward to when Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 sort of fixes multiplayer, because it would be really good fun to do a group flight where all of us can sort of jump out and have a selfie. I mean, it's just fun, isn't it? I really enjoyed the fact that Doug could jump out of the plane and we could meet virtually. In Arkansas, in the Ozarks it was, in the Beach 18. Matthias, it's so smooth because we follow the software development kit to the letter, but seriously hard at the moment with this SDK. Yeah, I guess that's why it's taking so long for you to bring the 7.3 over, but yeah, out of all of the sort of premium jets I've flown, not that I've flown many in 2024, but very FPS friendly. I couldn't get anything like this in the A350 from any builds, which is a great add-on, but I was struggling with FPS in that aircraft. But having said that, was 2020, wasn't it though? So yeah, that might be one. America using Active Sky? No, this is stock Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 weather. I don't really see the need for Active Sky. The default weather engines in the Sims have improved significantly since I started streaming. Yeah, Matthias, I wouldn't even begin to imagine what amount of work is required to bring the aircraft across. Jam, you managed to get the PA28 livery working for 2024, but my current attempts on the A350 are failure. Well, again, that's something else I wouldn't even know where to start. Going Porter says, started my descent, excellent. Safe descent, and so we're not a million miles from our top descent ourselves. Has it come up on the ND yet? Yes, it has. 260 miles in about 30 minutes, guys, so we'll start setting up shortly for runway 27 right at Heathrow. Sim Eric, based off this stream, I have to say, a huge stride's been made in 2024, haven't they, with these sim updates? Really impressed. Let's get the approach done, landed in Heathrow, and see how the performance is there, but so far with 777, a high quality third party add-on, payware scenery, and very high quality scenery with who was it from San Francisco we used, of course, Flight Beam Studios. Amazing performance, looks amazing, and the 777, I'd like to look more into the handling changes with regards to aircraft in 2024. I've not flown enough aircraft which I'm used to, okay, commercial jet airliner traffic, to notice significant improvements. Sort of I have on takeoff and landing, but that rotation felt significantly better than in 2020. 2020 feels very generic, very the term on rails does come to mind. I know they're using some sort of airflow model, but the takeoff and landing is just left and right, but it feels better in 2024. I still prefer X-Plane. X-Plane, I think, won't be beaten with regards to aircraft handling. That's my opinion. But I love how aircraft handling is sim. But that, as a package, I've always said this, you guys well know, that Microsoft Flight Simulator is an overall more complete package with regards to all of the boxes you're trying to tick. Chatting for me, the issues I had with 2024 had pretty much gone, and it's now smoother and load times are much better compared to 2020. Exactly. Now, the question has to be asked, why wasn't 2024 released in the state it currently is back in November? Because when it was released in November, it was awful. Everything looked terrible, the textures were poor, the performance wasn't great, bugs, crashes, instability, broken career mode, still broken. It was released way too early. Way too early. Maybe there was pressure from Microsoft to get the sim out. So obviously it was Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 and it was November. But it was a shame. Why? If it could have been like this on release, it would have been a real winner. Yeah, exactly, Simon Teller. It was called 2024, so they had to release it for 2024. Exactly. Match has made a good point as well. We forgot the pile of stink. Flight Sim 2020 was released. Absolutely, when that came out, it was you know, pretty buggy, poor performance, but that matured very nicely. But yeah, 5 years of Microsoft Flight Sim. Is X-Plane cheaper than Microsoft Flight Sim? Am I wrong? Good question, actually. I think on Steam, what is it now? On Steam for X-Plane 12. I think the basic version of Microsoft Flight Sim might be cheaper. Which I'd say is the one you want to get. I mean, the Aviator edition I've got does have lots of default aircraft, which I've flown occasionally. But yeah, I still have the loading issues with 2020, guys. It's incredibly slow. It won't be long until we have landfall. What are the BA set? What did BA set for breakfast on there for us? But the flight time's been significantly quicker than planned. Generally enjoy your breakfast, sir. Thanks for popping in. Enjoy. Have a good Saturday. Good morning, Short. Hope you're doing well. Craig Scott says croissants. I just had a cereal bar to keep you going until the stream, and then I'll make the family some breakfast once we've landed. Scones. Was it scones at British Airways? Shamrock, using Microsoft Flight Sim default senior for the UK? Yes, and I have the default Heathrow, which has been handcrafted. Probably not as good as the Indie Builds one, but I only had the 2020 scenery for Heathrow. All good, Short. Thank you very much. Yes, little one's doing well. Those of you around a couple of hours ago just popped in to a step climb, turned off the centre tank pumps after doing a little feed, and then she had another feed just now. She's quite restless the last couple of hours, but all good. I'm in the simulator, my last day of work as well. So I've got a late sim, which I'll prep for this afternoon. And I've been doing all week, guys, LSTs, what they're called Licensed Skills Tests. So these are the checks for people finishing their type rating for their issue of the 737 type rating. I've had very good cadets, been working hard. There you go, X-Plane a little bit cheaper, there you go. Scone as in gone is the posh way of saying it. Oh really? Oh, so British Airways it would be a scone. Thomas doing LSD. LST. Andy made a really good point, and one of the big selling points to explain. Aircraft handling plus the airports are pretty accurate out of the box. Not having to spend cash or scenery. Default airports in Microsoft Flight Sim are poor. That's something to really highlight. Yes, the default airports in Microsoft Flight Sim do leave a lot to be desired. And they were meant to be significantly improving with 2024, they never did. Whereas X-Plane, obviously, with the gateway, allows people to customise the default airports, upload it, and then it's updated into X-Plane 12. It's a fantastic way of making sure that pretty much most airports are really well detailed. So if you're on a budget, don't want to spend hundreds of pounds on scenery, X-Plane is certainly one way of dealing with it. I mean, go check out the stream yesterday. Both the airports were default airports. They look really good. Okay, Porter for the heads up. Tobid 10 miles out, some weather on the radar. Interesting. Mike 1 eyeball looks all clear though ahead. Yeah, they were itchy and scratchy, as we were saying. Yeah. But I don't think there's anything like that yet. Well, I've nearly finished my brew. I enjoy doing these long haul. I mean, I say enjoy. It's only the second one we've ever done, but it's certainly something different. So America, it's currently raining in Birmingham. Let's have a look at the weather, guys. It's only a bit of a pain. The tiller's in the way of the tablet home button. No, it's on the chart page, isn't it? Okay, found it eventually. So arrival. I mean, we can select our charts. Speedbird 772 is going to be a Nugra 1 November. Where are you? 1 hotel. It's staring me in the face, isn't it? Nugra 1 November. At 1 hotel. Where is it? What? I can't find our arrival. It was at Nugra 1 November, wasn't it? No, it is a 1 hotel. Why have I wrote... No, I just can't read my own writing. Unbelievable, there is no 1. We want that one. We want the Bovingdon transition. We want ILS 27 right. No, 27 left now, isn't it? No, 27 right, sorry, 27 right. Okay, perfect. So if I now go to pinned. Perfect. Okay. I can't remember what was the original thing we were looking for now. Oh yeah, weather. I just selected the charts whilst I was here. Is it under... Which one of these? You can view the meta, can't you? I can't remember which one it is. Uh-oh. Oh gosh. No, I don't want to do that on route. I did do that. I can't remember how to view the weather. Third from top. I was at the start. I was more looking for the meta. Maybe I can get it via ACARS. Is it via... Don't fly all these different aircraft in desktop simulators. It's always... I did a thing. I guess FatSim only if it's available. Just use PMDG. Send. Or I could just ask you guys. I'll just go for what you guys found. Oh no, .com. We've got it. So ATC review. Now where new messages? There we are. So Heathrow information at 6:20 Zulu. So 30 minutes ago, surface with 230 at 9. Visibility 10k. Clouds broken at 700. Low cloud base then. Quite cool as well. 12 degrees. QNH 1006. That was generated by PMDG. Must have read the mental somehow. Great. So I'll deselect com. There we are. And we can preset the QNH as well. 1006. So over to hectopascals. Fantastic. There we go. So much is Windows only cool. Certain references, someone talking about Linux as well. Don't call me Shirley. Oh look. Ah, Northern Ireland, ladies and gentlemen. Landfall, finally. Flying over the Atlantic for a while. Well, since Greenland, actually, not that long. There we are. Flying overhead Belfast, or just to the north of Belfast. Superb. Sibet, how do you want to manage descent of currently up your APU or be at 2,000 feet below you? A350, what's your descent speed, Simbear? My planned descent speed will be 0.82 but transitioning to 250 knots because we've got quite a low cost index, aka 0. So if you're going fast, I'd zip ahead and we'll follow your trail. Magis 24 looking so good, I know. Honestly, the departure from San Francisco was amazing, and the flying over Greenland a couple of hours ago when I did the step climb, about 3 hours ago, it looks so good with the sun just dipped below the horizon. Yeah, Simba, you nip ahead, buddy. Although I've not seen you yet. You're somewhere 2,000 feet below. We're lucky we might get some ATCs, obviously it's early in the morning here in the UK. Oops, sorry, graph was up. So we're about 100 miles from top of descent. We'll start setting up for the approach. Oh, excuse me, have a good old stretch. Nine hours and 11 minutes, so long. Heathrow ground online, great. We'll get taxied on to Terminal 5, isn't it, with Nigel? Simba, you sent a picture. Let's have a look on Discord. Let's have a look here. Ah, yes, I can see myself. So why can't I see you in the sim? Oh no. Oh, there you are! Now, unfortunately, I don't know what the default commands are. Oh, you are zipping, Simba. How do I... Ah, found it. There we go. Look at that for a shot, Simba. There's an alpaca Airbus below us, ladies and gentlemen. That's Simba, one of the members who's flying along with us. Oh, that's a screenshot. Let me grab that. If you'll let me. Oh no. Won't let me take a print screen for the shot. Damn it. Look at that, guys. What a shot. Simba, you're doing 0.88. No wonder you're going to quickly pass underneath. Match, I need a relief pilot, I know. I've been trusting our virtual assistant Jim whilst I was having some rest. Any chance of diversion to Luton? I don't think we're going to find a 777 from British Airways at Luton. shot. That's the difference between, what are we doing? 0.82 and 0.88. Superb. Morning, Swimming Club, having breakfast. Did I miss anything? All good. We survived the flight overnight. We're just over Northern Ireland, crossing the Irish Sea. We're going right over the Isle of Man before we start our descent into Heathrow. 2 tons going to vacate gate 325 and see what my house fellow is up to. Alright, yeah, 2 tons. God, it's early in the morning for you, buddy. Hope you had a great flight. Oh, I've got a ding dong. We've got a Virgin. See on the ground, been in the stream all night. Oh, amazing. Thanks, buddy. Soon, Club, we need a Concorde. These modern aircraft are too slow. Yeah, we need a Colomata Concorde is okay. Just need a one that's a little bit more realistic. Like the FS Labs. What is it? FS Labs? It's a bit jaggedy on VATSIM, isn't it? It's very smooth. Sharing top of descent for about 15-20 minutes. Joe Palmer getting ready for the final push for A-level revision. Excited to flight sim the whole summer. Very good. Reminds me of when I finished my A-levels. But you've got great flight sims to choose from. I had FSX on a laptop. You could barely run it. But I did also have Call of Duty World at War. Which I probably spent more time doing when I was your age, 17, 18. Lawrence said, just realised this is overnight. Have you raw dogged this all morning or did you sleep and rest? I have not been sat here the entire duration. I slept and rest for the approach. Thomas says, love explain, you should check out my rebuild I did last year at Tweed, New Haven. It's a default airport, did a bunch of detailing, it's amazing. It's default explain, very cool. I don't think, well, no, definitely not flown into there actually. Very cool. Andrew Green is from the Heathrow Express en route to Heathrow. See you there. Oh, very good. Catching the return flight, are you, to San Francisco? This is 2 seconds stream, by the way. Joking. Hugh, not on VATSIM, but when did you log off before you went transatlantic or later? Oh, way before. So, sort of took off from San Francisco, and then about an hour into the flight, we logged off before I went to get some rest, and then logged back on about 45 minutes ago. Aids available at Heathrow, very good. We just got the bedside, shouldn't scratch it. We'll use the one that guys used in chat, might have changed. But yeah, there's rain forecast there later, but I think we're just slipping in before the rain comes. But it's low cloud base below 1,000 feet. But a return to San Francisco. Yeah, touch and go SNAS MC and all the way back. So, top of descent, guys, is just under 100 miles now. 87. Let's start setting up for the approach then. So, hand over control to Jim. Descent, we've got the forecast winds already pre-populated. Fixed page, we're going to be landing on runway 27 right. We'll go to legs. Select runway 27 right. Fix. We'll put in 10 miles. We'll plan to put the gear down around 5 miles today, no later. We're at 41,000 feet, so 4, 8, 12, 123 miles from the airport. It's roughly where top of descent is. So for situational awareness, we'll put that ring in. And you can see the top of descent slightly before that, because obviously we've got to go all the way around to land on runway 27 right, so we're setting slightly before that. Rainy, cold weather in London, yeah, 11 degrees, drizzle, lovely. That's all in. Let's now step through the arrival. There's no courses or ILS frequencies to tune because it's 777, it's all automated. So Nugra 1 Hotel, ladies and gentlemen, coming in from Nugra. Or switch the EFIS to plan, that gives you the ability to step through your routing here. Did you go to bed, Cap? Absolutely. Oh, my monitor's just told me it's going to turn off in 5 minutes, though. Let's not have any of that business. There we are. Coming in from Nugre. There we are. We're going to be going to Tobid. Hodney VOR is on the chart. Oh, that monitor. I've got two monitors. They both want to turn off. There we are. From there, we're going to be routing past Hodney VOR, but not over it. Tobid at flight level 200, Soppit at flight level 150, and then it's the Westcott NDB, and then the Bovingdon VOR, and that's to be a 220 knots flight level 70, where you would enter a hold if it was very busy, or they'd probably put you in the hold at... Oh no, Bovingdon hold? There we are, you'd enter the hold if it was busy. 116 right hand turns. And you don't go beyond the VOR unless cleared. Now, there's no busy Vic. We've had some events today, so we'll self-position, or we'll fly the transitional self-position with radar vectors. So it's all coded anyway. Look, go basically level at 70 all the way until we're 11 miles from Bovingdon. So no CDA really from that point onwards. And then we'll start descending, passing Oscar Point. So Oscar is 15 miles, 6,000 feet or above. Then have the Sierra Point to 220 knots. And then slowing down 131 radial onto the ILS, and then we have 3,000 feet hard, followed by 2,500 feet. So what I'm going to do is just put 180 knots. Is this something you can't put at or below in the 777? You have to put 180 like that, don't you? I don't think you can put speeds in. Someone told me this in the 777, so we'll leave it blank, and I'll just open the speed window and control it manually, and then we go on to the ILS. But there is a procedural arrival if there's no radar that you can follow this in. Perfect. I like that. In round brackets, it's the approximate distance till touchdown. Very cool. Onto ILS 27 left then. No, 27 right we're flying now, aren't we? So close that chart. Deselect 27 left, select 27 right. So ILS 1103, it'll automatically tune that on approach. Course as well, 269 we don't need to worry about. High check at 2,500 feet, that's the Foxtrot 27 right, 7.5 DME. We then descend down a 3 degree ILS, which is coded, checked in the FMC down to the minimums. Minimums, Cat 1, 278 feet, which will set now on the PFD. What's the go-around flap setting in the 777? Is it flap 20? Minimum zone stop setting. Thanks for subscribing, Tyrion. Welcome aboard, buddy. Oh, minimums is a bit fiddly. There we are. 278 feet is set. Great. Go around at Heathrow because of the congested airspace. Climb straight ahead, passing 1580 or 0 DME, whichever's later. Climbing right turn track 316 to 3,000 feet, then as directed. Excellent. Not like to get a shortcut here, are you? No, not really, Stephen. I think the planned track is the most direct, so you don't really have to modify the FMC, or as we would do in real life. So, landing performance then. Landing on 27 is great for us because Terminal 5's Heathrow's home, isn't it? So we want to, obviously, you'd love to stay on the runway and vacate, convenient to you, but an airport like this will have minimum runway occupancy all day, so you want to take the first convenient high speed. So we'll use the performance calculator, no brake to vacate in the 777. So we'll press home, and then, oh, not that home button, that home button. Performance tool, there we are. So landing en route, Heathrow 27 right now. Input aircraft details, so that will be the actual landing weights. We'll take reverse credit. Brakes, auto brake 3. I don't know if Matt is still here. It'd be great to give the option for auto brake to all, so you get all the distances at once, that'd be great. And non-normal condition, none. VRF will be +5. Import the latest weather. Calculate. So auto brake 3, this is an unfactored distance, I guess. So we want to vacate Alpha 10 Echo. I reckon that should do us easily. I might go water brake 2 just so I can override the brakes if I need to, so I don't stop too early. Yeah, let's go water brake 2. And that's with flap. Flap 25. Oh, what's the default flap setting? Flap 20 is like flap 15 and the 737, I think. The 777 go around flap is flap 20. Now, do we use flap 25 or 30 for landing? I might go flap 25. What was our landing weight? 195, 196 tons. Flap 25. Water brake 2. There we are. All set. Go around could be 30 or 20 in the 777. Oh, really? Stephen, how did you figure out gear down at 5 miles? So my operator, it's probably a bit late for a 777, but my operation IMC, we configure gear down flat 15, latest 5 miles, and VMC 4 miles. I'll probably drop the gear around 6. I've just set 5 as a sort of situation awareness on the ND, but also as sort of a latest configuration for gear down. No, Simba, you can't use your brake to vacate. You reset Navigraph link. Uh-oh. That's no good. 20 miles till top of descent, ladies and gentlemen. Gaming portal caution, you might lose visibility in the clouds. Yes, looks like it's IMC down there. What was it? Broken at 700. Good morning, Stuart. Welcome back to UK after a long flight. Thank you. And 400 people have tuned in this morning. Hope you're all doing well, guys. Guys and girls. And we've got Liverpool coming up. There's Simbez blasted off ahead in his A350. And about to start our descent. We've not stopped since San Francisco. Right, do you just eyeball it on the chart for determining landing distance for a particular exit to choose auto brake pretty much while streaming? In reality, we're sport with the OPT. The OPT has the ability to show and send to the aerodrome chart all the auto brake settings where you're going to stop, which is really nice. There we are, that was the top of descent message. So we'll set a lower flight level now. So there's no ATC, we'll set 200 to be level at tow bid. Could be a typical clearance from Scottish probably at this point, so it'll be Speedbird 772 when ready, descent flight level 200 level by tow bid. No delay in Heathrow, great.
Welcome.
Thanks for your subscription, exclamation mark. Welcome. When's breakfast service? It's been and gone, Globo. Scones we've had. Beautiful. So climb flight to sim, I asked V1 the same question. Real life, if there was anywhere in the world you could land or take off, where would that be and what aircraft? If I had unlimited lives, I'd like to have a go landing at what's the airport in Everest? Lukla. I'd love to have a go doing that, but I would like to have spare lives. It's incredibly dangerous. Cybrid, typical classic Scottish or London clearance would be to be level 25 miles before Bovington. Yes, I get that all the time. There we are, here comes our path. And after 9 hours and 26 minutes, we have reached top of descent. There we are. Down we go. Beautiful. Aaron, what's your next upgrade to computer or peripherals? I'd like to get some new rudder pedals, I think. These are well, they're alright. But you can see here, look, I've got all the toe brakes turned on in Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. So I've got to remember that after touchdown. But I think I'd like to get some new ones. Oh, itch it and scratch it. Again!
Approaching minimums.
Incredibly generous. You've already gifted members during this stream, so thank you so much. Welcome, Brian V2 plus 10, Tord Hop Airbus Geek. You've all been gifted membership from Itch and Scratch at one of the members. Thank you very much indeed for your generosity. Very, very kind. Don't forget next next members only group flight in about 2 weeks, guys. On that on the Friday, I'll get that. I'll start organising that today. Hopefully before work, or certainly this weekend. There we are. Cheers. Very kind, Agent Scratcher, thank you. Pouring Water says, does the 777 VNAV descend you on a specific angle towards your restriction, or does it plan idle path descent? So I don't entirely know. Right now, looking at the FMA's VNAV path, it's pitching for this, so it's prioritising that, so it is a path here. And I guess, like the 737, it's doing its best to hold 250 knots, but unlike the 737 where we have arm, in the 777 we have hold, and I think it would add thrust straight away. Just trying to look here, as required to maintain the speed. Miles, I'm in the sim later today. No flying. Like 11 tonnes of fuel. Our alternative is Manchester, which is just off to our left hand side actually, quite close to 10 miles. We need 6.4 tonnes to divert, but it's very cloudy, drizzly and wet over the UK at the moment, which has been depicted really nicely in the simulator. So just Heathrow ground. We'll put that on standby for now. But yes, I didn't expect any ATC. Morning, Listerman. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Thanks for your subscription as well, Stefano4785. Max says, is that what an EPR gauge is supposed to look like? I believe so. Never flown an aircraft with EPR. I'm sure that I think all the Rolls-Royce engines use. I love my old M1s. Ryan, really never thought about this before. Your operator owns the sims you use, or do you go to a place where they're third party? So yes, my operator owns the majority of the sims. They do occasionally use CAE sims in some of the CAE centres. Should actually do a descent checklist really, shouldn't I? So, descent checklist recall checked. Checked. No issues. Notes we've checked. Order break 2. Landing data's in. VREF for flat 25. Minimums 278. Approach briefing we've completed. Next is the approach checklist. Morning, Clark Roberts. How are you doing? Got back from a punishing session at the gym, so catching the final part of the stream live feels like a much-needed reward. Oh, excellent. Well done in the gym. I've not been to the gym this morning. Feeling terribly unfit. Good boy. I know. Yes, we'll go out afterwards, I promise. Good boy. That's Jack I'm talking to, not Jim. There we are, match the heading. Flying overhead Birmingham, then we have East Midlands over here, and then Echo Golf X-Ray Tango. I don't know where that is. Yes, we do have Jack here at the moment. He's looking up at me thinking, who on earth are you talking to? There he is, look. Having a bit of a yawn. Oh, I stopped him. You're looking at me, aren't you? Looking right at me. Hear his tail going. Look at the tail. Good boy. His little grey beard. There we are. Place shake count. Oh, my pyjamas, my goodness. Looking dapper this morning. Don't say that word, itch it and scratch it. So it's still in path, about 1,500 feet per minute, very shallow descent, because we're only flying cost index 0. But yeah, it sort of looks like an idle path descent, doesn't it? There's Blighty below. Lit pyjamas. Aaron, hope you're doing well. How's the baby been? Very well, thank you. A little more restless last night, which is generally quite good for 2-month-old. Paxi, do you recommend to buy the iFly 737 Max? Absolutely, it's a very, very good add-on. Bit of tweaking here and there, but it's a fine replication of the Max. Pouring water kind of looks like it did 4 seconds to Egypt and Canaries at 4 in the morning. Rahul, what airline were you a pilot for? That's something I wish not to disclose publicly, but thank you very much for your understanding. Scrooge Christmas Carol pyjamas. Hey, what's wrong with my pyjamas? They're stripy, and I've got my long sleeve pyjamas on here. Rahul, what was your favourite location as a pilot? Malta's one of my favourite destinations. Corfu I like going to, as long as it's nice weather, which it never is when I go. Going there, I've got a Corfu on my roster actually, and a Gran Canaria. Now passing flight level 290, all is okay. Tow bid restriction looks like we're going to meet, and then we'll step down to 150 to be level at Soppit. In fact, what we'll do is pre-select our charts so we can monitor our arrival. Stephen, off to Corfu in July. What's great about that is a spectacular approach. Landing on 3-4, you sort of go below this range. Just type in, guys, YouTube Corfu. Well, let's have a look together. It's one of my favourite destinations, guys. Or you can see the contrails of Simben, the A350 ahead. This is one of my favourite destinations I fly into. For those outside of Europe might not be sort of used to what you can expect here. Have a look at this. All credit to this YouTube channel. There's a lot of people who get here, all the spotters as well. And you go right over this bridge with loads of people waving on. And it's sort of, I think is it reclaimed land? But it's a short runway, you've got to touch down early, otherwise you are going off the end. And to take off you've got to backtrack all the way to a 180, and there's no parallel taxiway. Like this. It's so funny. As a pilot, looking at this perspective, I still really love watching it from this angle. But obviously, it's so different when you're sat up front. This is a great airport, but as I said, as long as the weather's like in this video. I swear, every time I go, the weather's naff. Yeah, Corfu's great. Try and find a cockpit view approach. Yeah, but there's a restaurant here, so you get loads of people watching the aircraft land. Great departure as well, yeah. Unfortunately, the trees are in the way. There you go. Very nice. Go check that video out on YouTube channel X-Spot Aviation. Now on to the task in hand, flying directly overhead Birmingham. Can't quite see it now out the window. Well done to my PC as well for managing the stream. Well, let's get on the ground first. Yeah, Andy, flat 40. You can get away with order brake 3. If it's wet, Andy, with not much of a headwind, and usually for 3-4 you can have a tailwind, that's when you need to think about max auto. But flat 40, order brake 3 is usually Corfu and the NG and max. Box me to call for you last week. The wind is really annoying because it changed direction all over the runway. Yeah, it's the weather can vary considerably there. Aaron, good evening from Australia, Sydney. Did I just hear my daughter? Joe? Just had a little baby. Ah! Hello. It's alright. My daughter's here. Hello. You're not going to say anything for the lovely people? She's looking right at me. I just heard a coo outside. Oh, so FMA just changed to hold. So talking about quality products, you know we flew the 777-200 from Commercial Simulation Studio, whatever it's called. This, when you fly that and then you jump back into an aircraft like this, you can see the quality difference. I mean, everything works as expected, the FMAs, the indications on the PMDG. Just makes you realise how much work is needed for that aircraft. The subscription model is interesting. I actually think that idea is quite nice, as long as you have the ability to pay a fair price for the full price, not $120. But yeah, when you compare it to this, which is a real nice add-on, you can see the difference. But look at this, bang on 200 at Tobit, on speed, superb. Gamer Boy Simpson, where are we? We've just passed overhead Birmingham in the UK. There's obviously the star, but you can see our progress there. Alright, approaching the Tobit restriction, flight level 200. Can now step down to 150 to be level at Soppit. We'll do that when we're about 1 mile from Tobit. What's the difference between a 200 and 300? Flew the 300 from Phuket to Moscow yesterday, such speed flight, very cool. It's the length, more seats. Okay, approaching Tobit restriction. Flight level 150 is set. Rahul, does it ever get boring, repetitive as a pilot? Thinking about being a pilot as a career, but I'm worried about being bored some years into it, losing a sense of purpose. Obviously I'm very fortunate to do the job I do. There is a degree of repetition, and for me personally, going back into the simulator now as a Tier I and Tier E, I enjoy the flying a lot more than I perhaps was just before jumping in the sim, because obviously I was doing it every day, and in the summer there's lots of slots and delays and things like that. But I'd highly recommend it as a career. I still love my job, and I still would have done it if I was still permanently flying. But you know, I'm not going to lie. After a few years, you know, your alarm goes off early in the morning, and you'd rather you're on standby. It does happen, but I fully respect that a lot of you, you know, would like to become or perhaps missed opportunities in the past. And I'm incredibly grateful for my job, and I'm fortunate. And I could do this in my spare time as well. So yeah, absolutely would recommend it as a career. Hard work, you know. I remember my flight training and ground school, and obviously the financial risk that you have to make taking it as well, which I had to take too. So yeah. Right, why are you not flying anymore? I am flying. 300 hours, but now I'm what you call a TRE, type rating examiner. So I spend 3 weeks in the simulator doing training and checking as a Tier I, Tier E, and then 1 week flying on the line, which is mostly line training, which is perfect for me. Stephen, great question. Why do you wait till 1 mile from Tobit just because you assume that's when ATC will clear you? No, so we have an SOP on my operator which says when you're using step-down flight levels, when I fly in America, a lot of people comment, oh, you could just set the 3,000 feet, let VNAV do its thing. Our SOPs at my operator are quite strict. They basically say you cannot set lower on the MCP the next charted altitudes. That is if you're not under radar control. And 1 mile before your existing restriction is when you can set the next restriction. So 1 mile before Soppit, we can set flight level 70. So if I was told to descend with the procedure, that's what we'd do. Right, a little bit of cumulus ahead, so -7 will pop on the engine anti-ice, which on the 777... Where's the switches? Is it automatic? Don't tell me it's automatic. I bet it's automatic, isn't it? I can't find the switches for it, that's for sure. Where is the engine and wing anti-ice? Must be automatic. If it is, ridiculous. Yep, automatic. Great, I knew it. That's everyone's sporting this modern Boeing jet, which isn't actually that modern anymore. Oh, it's below the lights. Oh yeah, oh, it's an auto. Look, auto. I'll leave it on. Ridiculous. No work to do in this thing. So again, 1 mile from Soppit, we can set the next flight level 2.5. The next restriction was Bovingdon, flight level 70, so approaching 1 mile before 70 set. Seatbelt signs on. No smoking on, please extinguish your cigarettes. Rahul, which heavy wide body would you like to fly in real life? If I had the choice, I'd love to have a go on a jumbo. It's the queen. We're approaching Westcott NDB next. Wow, this has been a flawless flight so far. I'm still only ground online. Saw like all of them, absolutely. Yeah, the 7.8 I'd obviously like to see. I prefer the 777 because it's more familiar to me than the 7.8. I mean, again, this 777-7.8 does have a common type rating, doesn't it? So, there you go. Don't forget to Unicom, thank you, you're online. We'll do that approaching the airport, and it is active. Jamie, yes we are on that sim. So I don't even need to turn on engine anti-ice. Amazing. Actually, hold on, I just realised. I'm not on Unicom, it's 122A, isn't it? Oops. There we are.
Minimums.
Perfect. Jamlin, thank you. 63 months to member, amazing. I know you'd say you prefer the manual side of the 7.3, but would you like the high automation other types, or would that lead to getting bored? It's all the same. I think flying this, the way we fly the 7.3 is very similar to the triple. Anyway, so in a way the workload's a little bit lower with a bit more automation here, so that's the best I can answer your question. But I love this, you know, when you disconnect the 7.3, proper stick and rudder plane. Not that you use the rudder in flight, but yeah, you're actually flying it. Cheers, buddy. Thank you very much for your support for the entirety of this time as well. Alright, so approaching the decel point, and that's to actually reduce to 220 knots at Bovingdon, straight onto the transition. Stephen, great question. There is no set point at which you come off VNAV. It really depends on your descent and where you are. Because we're flying the Magenta line accurately, and there's no ATC, and we'll be following the planned route, VNAV should get you all the way down pretty much to the approach. But as I said last stream in the 7.6 yesterday, you use the MCP as a toolbox. If you want the aircraft to do something that VNAV's not offering, select it. And any time you're playing a non-precision approach, you want to stay in VNAV as much as possible. Right, passing flight level 100 for 70, post-cruise checks, lights can come on. Angular banked and set, pressurization's all good. Seatbelts on, more recall. Which is here. There we are, checks complete. Start turning up the volume of the sim. There we go. Oh, spectacular approach, guys.
KSFO clear for FL for the short runner system right to land, Heathrow.
Yeah, so there's some traffic on Unicom. So we'll select the next chart. The transition we want, so pins. There we are. And then we can step down. Oh no, we're going to maintain 70. It's a level segment for quite a bit of time. We're going quite on high profile. I'm not sure what's happened to the path here. I think it prioritised the decel. We're going to bust the 70 restriction. I'm just going to go level change. Choose a little bit of speed brake. So I think the speed brake on the 777 is much more effective than on the 73. Just about going to make the Bovingdon restriction now. Well, not quite. Is that the cabin ready? Perfect. Good, it's grey and dull here. Approaching 1 to go. Just needs to make sure we're level 70 by Bovingdon. Now we are making the right turn, and we maintain 70 now to the next descent point. Sorry, ATC. Thank God, it's very quiet on Vatsim. Welcome to England, typical weather, yes.
Traffic 4 aircraft vacated 27 right, pushing the ground, T-right.
So, lots of people unicomming. We need to sort of see how we're going to slot on with other traffic on Unicom, don't we? So, we'll hear those engines spawning up. So, I think we'll be next in, to be fair. I can see Simbear turning base. Yeah, I think we're alright, there's no one else affecting us. There we are, flight level 70 then. Oh, just coming out of the cloud there, superb. Maintain 70 and then step down to 6,000 feet next altitude. In fact, we'll see if VNAV can get us onto the approach. So what we'll do is set 3,000 feet, re-engage VNAV, and now it should descend automatically. And I'm going way too far, 220 knots, but I went back to out hold, that's why. So I was going a little bit fast, a little bit high. Stephen, ILS we arm approach, don't we? But RMP it goes into outer quiet automatically. So you need to make sure you step down the altitudes on the MCP, otherwise the aircraft will level off. But it hits or activates what they call approach logic on the approach, which allows you to set the missed approach altitude without it leveling off. So you can keep descending down to your minimums. You're not descending, I know, Ivan. As I've mentioned, this is a flight level 70 minimum holding altitude. So passing this point, we'll
traffic,
start descending.
59 Lima, fully established on final, runway 27 right at 6.5 miles.
There we are. Okay, but where are we right now? Just north-east of London. There we are, the aircraft's going to start descending. There it goes. And I'm going to take flat 1. And I'm going to open the speed window. Wow. Morning, London. Either we're not 1 mile before. We were 1 mile before this 11 point, just about. So, Secure H1006. And what's flat 5 speed? 235 knots. Yeah, we're decelerating flat 5. 180. Perfect. Slightly less performance, but still very, very good for my specs. So it's currently raining, broken 1100 feet, 13 degrees QNH 1006. So we'll keep an eye on the speed, but when we turn final, we're going to have that lovely, strong headwind. But yeah, I mean, I utilise different pitch modes, but as we're flying the procedural arrival today, just use VNAV, and it should get you at the correct height turning final, which it looks like it is. Just use a little bit of speed brake just to help us get to 180 knots for base. Love that base you get with speed brake as well. Very nice. gifted members coming in. My goodness, cheers Stephen, that's very kind. We've got Clonk, Johnny N.O. Cash, Antoine M, and CK Sim Gaming. Cheers, buddy, and Jonathan G.
Minimums, approaching minimums.
I'm going out. How long till we land? About 5 minutes. Worst possible timing ever. Now we are turning base.
Minimums, approaching minimums.
Perfect. Still keep the speed brake out, just control the speed. Very nice indeed.
Minimums, approaching minimums.
Let's see how it puts us onto the ILS. Okay, stone and speed brake. How do you arm this actually?
Minimums, approaching minimums.
There we go, arm it. Alright. Oh, look at that. Credit to PMDG. Smack bang on the glide slope. So now I'm going to use VS. Bug the flat 5 speed and just use vertical speed to stay on the ILS. Fantastic. Arming approach. This has been a flawless flight for the aircraft. Amazing. So the reason I'm using VS is the white diamond on the MPS scale is your glide slope. I'm just using VS to stay on it basically. Just putting me slightly above path, but localised glide slope capture, look at that. Runway heading automatically set, missed approach altitude is 3,000 feet, which is also set. Oh, I haven't unicommed once. Heathrow traffic, hello, Speedberg 772, established ILS, 27 right, 10 miles. Alright, holding the flap 5 speed quite nicely. I might just go to the next flap setting, which is the triple. Sort of accelerating slowly, so we'll go flat 15 and I'll bug that speed. Just keep an eye on the speed as well. 9 miles 180, that's okay as long as it starts slowing down now. Been a cracking flight, so impressed with 2024 now. Hope this inspires more to give it a try again. Yeah, it's seriously I've been seriously impressed. Great performance as well. There's London below, wow. Okay, nice rule of thumb, 8 miles 180 knots, 7 miles 170 knots. If the aircraft's doing that, just adjust drag and add thrust as required. Do a nice low drag approach. 8 miles 180.
Heathrow traffic, Alpaca 59 Lima vacated, Alpha 10 Echo.
Perfect, there's Simbears just landed. Perfect. Adam, how do you use the PMDG 777 in 2024? You acquire it, it's available. The 200 that is. Superb. Glad I turned that turbulence off as well. DGS 4000, thank you very much for the 10 euros, buddy. Very kind as well. As we soon start configuring for the approach into Heathrow. Cheers.
Fell asleep right after takeoff and just woke up to this. Perfectly timed sleep.
Amazing.
Cool face emoji.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you very much for your generosity, and you have timed that beautifully. Wow, look at this approach, fantastic. Kieran, are you using the default camera, or is it an add-on? This is the default camera. Right, approaching 5 miles. Gear down. Flaps. Auto brake disarm, what? Back to 2 please, flap 20. Match speed. And we're using flap 25 for landing. Landing checklist. Config gear. It's coming! Was I a bit too slow? A bit too early with the flaps? Oh, look, it's because I had the brakes on. That's why. I'm not used to having the toe brakes. Right, checklist. Altimeters, we've set the QNH 1006. Landing checklist. Speed brake, landing gear flap. Oh, gosh, I need to disable the rudder braking. I'm just not used to it. Checklist complete, guys. No, it's my fault, guys. The auto brake's disarming because I've activated the toe brakes on my peripheral. Right, it's a 777, so I don't disconnect the auto throttle, do I? But I can disconnect the autopilot. Oh, check out my pyjamas. Autopilot's disconnected. There we are. I better butter this. Performance on the sim is amazing, guys. Oh, look at this. How good does it look? Winds down the runway, no excuses.
1,000.
Checked. Yeah, good idea, Listerman. I think I'm going to do the same. Not that you can see my feet. They're so sensitive. Oh, my headset cable's in the way. I've got to butter this. Airball for almost 10 hours. And also, disabling that turbulence or putting it from realistic to low seems to have stopped that annoying yawing you get in Microsoft flights in 2024. That's great. Guys, turn off the realistic yaw setting. Wow, look at this approach. Amazing. Keep descending. 3 whites. Don't have to do anything with the thrust levers as well. Amazing. Oh, the mouse cursor's annoying me. Get out of the way. There we go. Right, here we are. Approaching minimums.
Approaching minimums.
Keep descending.
Minimums.
Continue. Beautiful.
100. 50. 30.
There we are.
20. 10.
Bit long. Oh crikey, I was a bit high. Right, speed brakes up. Oh no, my reverses aren't working. We'll go idle reverse. Why is that not working? Reverses! There we go. Reverse is idle. 100 knots. There we are. I think that was the exit I wanted, but never mind. 80 knots. I floated a little bit. Manual braking. 60 knots. Oh, brakes, brakes, brakes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to London Heathrow. That was a good landing, I feel. Oh, brakes. Oh yeah, I forgot my toe brakes are on as well. I hope I've not overheated them. We'll take it. We'll take it. And I have to say, the FPS is really good now. There's a bit of thrust here compared to the older version. Who remembers when we flew the 380 here? My PC almost froze. Look at this. London Heathrow. Oh, my potato PC. Amazing. Fantastic. What improvements in 2024 we've seen. Over to ground, thank you. There we go. And I vacated. Oh no! I completely misjudged that. I actually cooked the brakes. I thought we passed Alpha 10 Echo. We're actually here. Probably not meant to vacate here. Heathrow ground. Hello, Speedbird 772. Vacated 27 right.
Speedbird 772, Heathrow ground. Good morning. Welcome to Heathrow. Right Alpha Echo, stand 590.
Right Alpha and then Echo for stand 590. Speedbird 772. Perfect. So we'll make a right turn here on Alpha. Oh, yeah, I've got to disable the toe brakes. Come on. There we are. Yeah, one thing I'd like to... The sounds are okay with the PMDG, but I think that's like a slight improvement there. There we are. Put way too much thrust as well there. Ah! Whee! Oh no, I forgot to do the replay. Never mind. Right, we're on Alpha, and then we're going to make a turn on Echo, which is the next left, and then it's stand 590, which is all the way down here. Perfect. Well, we made it. Let's do a taxi inflow. It's good FPS, more down to PMDG. A350 seems to be much heavier on FPS. I think, Gary, yeah, the PMDG is very well optimised, whereas the A350, I think a lot of people have reported performance issues with. But yeah, this is fantastic. You can't get more complex than London Heathrow in a desktop simulator. That was a fantastic long haul flight. Straight in. I'll try and do another one of these, but we'll fly into a busy VATSIM event as well. Because I did notice in the next few weeks on Saturday morning there's some quite busy VATSIM events going on. There we are, there is where we're going to park, next left. Now with 9.4 tonnes of fuel, loads of gas. Here's Echo, next left. Beautiful. Put on a little bit of taxiing music as well. But yeah, I've got to disable the toe brakes. I'm just not used to it. I'm used to having, if I bring up Yocam, that's what I use for regular braking. The toe brakes on these rudder pedals are just too sensitive, and certainly to use the rudder you've got to put your feet in a weird position without activating the toe brakes. Right, let's crank up that APU. You can tell it's the UK. Overhead panel's dark in the middle of the day. Same lighting in this sim is superb. It looks so nice. Right, taxi and flow, then transponder out, off, trim is reset, auto brake go to the off position. I'll set that to 3,100. Just remind us for the next crew they don't have the clearance. Set that to 100. Auto throttle always stays on, doesn't it? No start switches, strobes I've already turned off. Taxi light should be on. Beautiful. What's this here? 777 giveaway. The problem is nowadays I can't send cash to people anymore, guys. Via PayPal is just not a correct way of doing it. Unfortunately, PMDG have no vouchers, so if they had them, I would happily organise a giveaway for this aircraft. Also, hi, what GPU are you using? A 3080. APU's running. Perfect timing. Oh, GSX, crikey. Gate. Oh, that was good. Hey, is that just completely... Is that now showing you the closest one? Is that an update? Oh no, it's not showing the closest one now. I'm looking for 590. For your airline? No way! But it says this isn't one for my airline. Oh dear. How do I find... Show all positions. Oh. Okay, we're gonna be here a while. Next. I thought it's too good to be true. There's 590 coming up anyway. No! Oh, no! Oh, it's just so... How do I go back now? They should make it a lot easier to be able to select your gate. Close the menu and open it again. It's just... Oh, it's painful. Is it not intention to know that I've now pulled onto a stand just to select that one? Oh, come on. I will get it on. There's a floating A350 over there. Simbear's aircraft is floating. Can I just comment on my amazing taxi on stand? Actually, wasn't that great. Come on, GSX. Oh, it's not even there. Brilliant. Right, well, we're just going to... I'm too tired. Too long a flight to get GSX organised. I think when I shut the engines down, it'll be happy. Aren't these stands? Oh, maybe it's parking. Yeah, actually true. Maybe it's not there. A simple search button. Yeah, if I had ability to search, that would be very useful. There we are. I'll bring it to a stop there. Perfect. There we are. Parking brake set. APU is already available and on the generator. Automatically transfer, won't it? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. After a flight time of around 9 hours and 58 minutes or so to London Heathrow. Seatbelt signs can come off. Take off the beacon light. Or do some sort of realistic taxi inflow. Harsh brakes, headbutted the seat in front. Unbelievable comment, Greg Scott. Right, let's have a little look here on the shutdown checklist. So, after landing check is complete, parking shutdown, parking brake set, engine fuel control levers are in cut off with established ground communications, passenger signs off, beacons off. We turn off the C1 and C2 air demand hydraulic pumps. Left electrical demand hydraulic pump can come off. Primary C1 and C2 hydraulic pumps come off. There we are. And then the fuel pumps, flight director APU is required, but we'll leave it in this one here. Amazing! We made it. No new sky, I'm afraid, because we weren't flying Alpaca Airways, but that would have been some serious wonga made for the airline. Can I at least disembark my passengers now I'm on stand? Yeah, it was a parking stand, wasn't it? Request deboarding.
The boarding requested.
British Airways. It's going to spawn lots of stuff. There we go. And there's the Virgin. Oh, was that the Virgin that came in from San Francisco as well? Amazing. There we are. What a remote stand today. I reckon you forgot right to electrical to bad. Now, Jim did it. I don't know if you noticed. Wow, well, there we go. An 11-hour live stream, guys, as we start disembarking our passengers. Oh, wow, they've got stairs for all of the doors here. Amazing. Amazing. Oh, that was fun. I enjoyed that. It's different, isn't it? Wake up and come and fly the arrival. I'm not going to do it every day, but I think once every month or two, or maybe 3 months. It was about 3 months when we first did this. I will do it again, but I think next time I might do a slightly shorter sector and do a busy VATSIM event. Well, to be fair, this is the perfect sector length for these streams because it allows me to have some rest before I come back for the approach. Any shorter, I can't get enough sleeper. So it's around a flight time of around 10 hours. It's optimal for these long haul flights. Just sort of limit. There's plenty of routes out there which are 10 hours long. Now, will GSX disembark using all the stairs now? Pretty cool if it does on this remote stand, but there we go. They'll need a few buses, yeah. 294 passengers, I think it was. Bus is the wrong side, but I guess I hope they're going to go over to the other side here. Just turn down the sounds for GSX there because they're rather loud. There we are. But yeah, that was a superb flight. Now, before I log off, I must comment. Microsoft Flight Sim 2024, very impressed. Very, very impressed, guys. I've been quite critical of this sim, and rightfully so, because on release there was plenty of issues with it. But my goodness me, performance was excellent. PMDG obviously is a solid airplane, no crashes. With the PC, everything worked really well. Great performance for a complex airport, great out of San Francisco. I'd seriously consider now using this for commercial jet airliners. When more come over, I'd in fact say that compared to 2020, I got far better performance and it looked better as well. So that's the first time I've said that. So seriously, you should consider perhaps, if you don't have 2020, going straight to 2024. Well, certainly, I can see the progression now with 2024 over 2020, which I didn't think I'd say after one stream. And this is the first time we've done a proper long-haul flight in this sim, as realistic as possible, and very impressed with it all. So something to consider. Sam, if you have the PC for it, absolutely. Well, I mean, my PC is now 4 years old, or 3.5 years old, a 3080. I don't know if people have similar specs. Hey, look at all the passengers coming out of all the stairs. That's really cool. But yeah, obviously you need to make sure you have the PC. But I think Simbez made a good point. I think, and certainly I can see, performance is better on this, on my PC with 2024 than 2020 now, which I don't think it was in the past. God, look at them all going off. They're going to need more buses. Gary, there you go, 3080 Ti, same as me, pretty much. So there we are. GSX working very nicely here. Fantastic. Well, I mean, you're spoiled now for desktop simulators, guys. It is incredible what you can do. Anyway, I'm going to call it a day because the stream has been running for 11 hours. I need to get showered, breakfasted, and get ready for later in the sim. But yeah, it's been really enjoyable. Steve, what resolution? This is 2K, streaming in 2K as well. Adam, I have a 4090, but it doesn't seem as smooth as this. Well, my graphics settings, just before I leave the stream, guys, I have everything set to high end. So, I think a lot of people try and crank out too high a setting. I use this dynamic settings now, which has improved, and have a target of 30. So it just sort of stops the PC having to work too hard. But a lot of it on high, 155. I don't use ultra for anything, or a few things, but they're my sort of settings. I'll sort of scroll if you want to try my settings. It works really well on my PC for now. Took a lot of jigging around, but this was really broken to start with, this frame rate target thing, and it used to make the textures very blurry. I switched it off, and then I used to really struggle with performance. There you go, look, and my PC's working hard anyway. Look, resource use is exceeding GPU memory capacity, so it's not exactly perfect, but I think that's just because I was jumping out the menu. But I don't know, I set the parking brake. I definitely did, but there we are, we'll set it again. But anyway, I'm off, guys. Fantastic stream. I'd seriously consider getting 2024. The PMDG aircraft they're always amazing, but this 2024 200 is working really nicely, so it's definitely an aircraft to consider for your long haul library. But yeah, that was great fun. Anyway, it is my last day of work. I have got some days off coming up, but I am busy the first 2 days, so probably won't see me around streaming until early next week. But it's been fun the last 24 hours getting these streams done. Thank you very much for everyone that participated in the streams, for everyone that donated. Thanks for your generosity, to all the gifted members as well. Itch It, Scratch It, thank you very much for the gifted members today. That's very kind. And actually, I think I can see a list of other people that gifted members. I think there was someone else. Stephen, sorry, I completely forgot you the end. Thank you very much to the 5 gifted members as well. Very kind. Anyway, guys, it's the weekend. I hope you have a great time. Hopefully, some of you will be enjoying your flight simulators. Always a great time to unwind and play some flight sims. The quality of the add-ons now is incredible. Not sure why the passengers are taking their time to get on the bus, but they obviously enjoyed the flight so much they want to get back on. Anyway, guys, logging off now. Thank you very much for participating. Enjoy your weekend, and I'll see you on another live stream very, very soon. Cheerio!